Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of Bay City ISD. It is Tuesday, August 17th, 2021, 6 p.m., and we are located in the H.J. McAllister Administration Building in the boardroom. The subjects to be discussed or considered upon which any formal action may be taken are listed below. Items do not have to be taken in the same order as shown on this meeting notice, and unless removed from the consent agenda, items identified with the consent agenda will be acted upon at one time. Members of the public are permitted to address the board in person during each board meeting. Speakers must sign up in advance of the meeting. So there's a sign-up sheet in the hallway if you haven't done so yet, and by the time I get through this meeting notice, the meeting will start. Audience participation is limited to the portion of the meeting designated to receive public comments at the beginning of the meeting or at the agenda items itself before any action is voted upon. At all other times, the audience shall not enter into discussion unless requested by the presiding officer. At regular board meetings, any topic may be discussed, but at special called meetings, only those items on the agenda may be discussed. And so we have a regular board meeting tonight, so any items are open. Individuals who wish to participate should sign up before the meeting begins. Individual comments shall not exceed 3 minutes, except for a large number of individuals who wish to address the board. The presiding officer may defer non-agenda items or limit the time of each speaker, but may not limit it to less than 1 minute, or rearrange agenda items. And so we don't have so many people signed up tonight that we're going to limit 3 minutes at all. The board may not respond to public comments except to recite existing policy or make specific factual information known. Complaints should not be brought before the board about individuals, and the audience is asked not to name a student or employee, as there are separate resolutions available to address those. The board will not tolerate disruption of the meeting by members of the audience. And so our meeting is called to order with 6 trustees in attendance tonight, and we do have a quorum present. Chief, would you mind praying us in tonight? And then Trustee Westmoreland will lead us in the pledge of allegiance.
Let's pray. Dear God, we come tonight to give thanks to you, give thanks to your righteous name. Now, God, we thank you for all of the blessings that you shed upon us. And God, we ask tonight that you continue to bless our school district. And Father, as we prepare now for a new year, God, we ask for your help and your guidance and your strength, oh Father, as we endeavor on a new year. Now, Lord, I ask that you bless the school board and continue to help them to conduct a business that will be pleasing in your sight. I pray for every one tonight, Lord. I pray for our administration. I pray for our teachers. And I pray for our students. And I pray for our parents. Then, Lord, we ask now tonight that, Lord, we remember those who are in COVID. And we pray, oh God, that you continue to put your healing hands on them. Now, Lord, bless this town, bless this nation, bless this state. We thank you in the most powerful name we know. In Jesus' name.
Amen.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. So our favorite part of every meeting is our celebration of excellence, where we get to recognize some of our outstanding students and their achievements. And so Brandon Galliard, our Chief Information Officer.
Communications. Good evening, everybody. I'm joined as always by Mr. Reyes from the high school. And tonight we're honoring some students that have achieved some really awesome things in the way of academics. They passed AP tests, which is some college credit at pretty much any university they want to go to in their subjects. Mr. Reyes, correct me if I'm wrong, that's Spanish, English literature, English language, and biology.
That is correct.
Pretty cool subjects. I know they're going to achieve great things. So let's introduce you.
Perfect. So I want to share that the students have passed the AP exam. They take that test and the rigor and the instruction that they see is very rigorous for them to be able to pass the test and get credit at the college level. But I really want to take some time to commend also Ms. Lori Lopez, our college and career liaison, that finds all these opportunities for the students to have the means to take the exams and to have the optimal environment for that to happen, and our academic team that constantly is working with our teachers to make sure that the students receive that rigorous instruction. But nevertheless, I want to celebrate the kids, so I'm going to call your name, and I have Robert Lopez. Juan Lopez. Gage Plato. Gladys Gobert. Jesús Gómez. Jennifer Alpizar. Alanza Cuevas. Pedro Vargas that has 3 of this test. Natalie Verduzco. José de Rodríguez. Bianca Serrano. Elliot Rocha. Gianni Prudencio. Esmeralda Mujica. Ángel Molina Jiménez. Michael McNibb that also passed 3 tests, so he is. And last year when we had COVID, we didn't have the opportunity to celebrate it like this, so we actually did a parade and highlighted them with a sign in their yards and 2 balloons and put them in the social media. But this time you have an opportunity to vote, so we wanted to make sure you have that sign and you post it in the yard because you make us proud of Bay City.
All right. 3, 2. Great. All right, and let's, before we go on, hop in, we'll get one. Yeah, y'all move up and they'll sign in our time. All right, that's awesome. All right, 3, 2, 1. Well done, y'all. Congratulations. Just right behind this food celebration bag.
Thanks, man.
Okay, y'all are welcome to stay for the whole meeting, but if you guys wish to leave, now, I look forward to seeing all of those signs around town. So as we drive around and we see them, we'll know exactly what they are, and the accomplishments that you've had, so thanks so much.
Okay.
spread out a little bit or move around, feel free to do so. Item 5, audience with patrons, and so as we mentioned before, we're going to move the comments to the agenda item that actually references the masks. And so we have 4 people signed up to speak on the issue of masks, which is item 7E on the agenda. And consistent with the open meeting text, we will hear those comments regarding masks during our consideration of that agenda item. Every person who signed up to speak about masks will have a chance to speak before the board votes on that item. Okay? And then we have no other comments other than the mask comment. Monthly bond project update. How are you?
Good, how are y'all?
Very well.
Just want to give y'all a quick update on the Lenny Roberts project. We're wrapping everything up. We're working through some punch list items. The PA system will be complete this week. AV plates, they're still waiting on those to be delivered, but there's either a wireless or a cable option. So those displays in the classroom will be used until those AV plates arrive. Commissioning and testing ballots are about 65 to 70% complete. Working on the hydro mulching, landscaping outside next week, and then the sod for the playground area. I'm waiting until after the playground equipment is installed, so that way it doesn't damage our grass and stuff. Production screens, they're going to be shipped next week. They'll be installed once they arrive, and the only other thing I have on here that's kind of conflicting was the plaque installation. We're just waiting on the artwork so that we can sign off on that, and then that'll get manufactured and installed. Do y'all have any questions on the Lenny Roberts project?
Beautiful, cool. Any questions or comments? Thanks so much. Okay, item 7, items of business, and so we're just going to rearrange these a little bit. Dr. Jerry Cook, is that yourself? We're going to move you down just a little bit if that's okay.
Okay.
We want to take our closed session items. We have our attorneys here, and so we'll take BCB and then E open, and then we'll get to the items of business. And so item B, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.0821 and 551.129, consultation with school attorney concerning pending litigation and possible settlement of a matter styled student v. Bay City Independent School District, docket number 205-SE-0621, before a special education hearing officer for the state of Texas. And so we will take that closed item and come back into open before we go back into closed session for item C. Okay? And so it is 6:13, and we're now going to closed session. Be right back.
the recommendation of the superintendent of schools and the school district's attorney, and to direct the superintendent and the school district attorney to proceed as discussed in closed session in a matter of Solid Student versus Bay City Independent School District, docket 205 SC 0621.
A motion's been made by trustee Westmoreland. Is there a second to her motion? Motion's been seconded by trustee Robinson. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The motion passes 6-0. Okay, we will now enter back into closed session at 6:41 for item 7C, closed session. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.129, consult with legal counsel regarding statewide legal updates pertaining to COVID-19 safety protocols, including masks and face coverings. And just to clarify, we're not going to be discussing the legitimacy of wearing or not wearing a mask or mask mandates, but we'll be hearing from our attorney about the legal aspects of requiring or not requiring doing so. So we will be back in just a few minutes. Okay.
Okay, we will now convene back into open session at 7:06. Item 5, audience with patrons. And so just a quick reminder, 3 minutes each. Please don't call out an individual's name in the district as a complaint. There's a process for doing so. Involving the board in an individual complaint prohibits us from hearing level 3 complaint should too much information be given to us. And so I will politely give you a 30-second notice when 30 seconds are left, and then at 3 minutes, let you know your time is up. If you go that long, Jessica, if you want, I have you on top.
Hello, board members. Thank you so much for your time this evening. Can I put myself on here?
Yeah.
So, I'm obviously here to speak out about the possibility of mask mandate in the school district. I'm against such a requirement for our students. I'm a mother of 5, ages 11 to 5. I've got a fourth grader, 3rd grader, 1st grader, and 2 kindergartners. I cannot keep masks on the life of me. I would hate to put that burden on the teachers. And beyond the personal issues of it, I don't believe it's safe. I did it last year, which is why I homeschooled. And I don't want to see it happen this year, especially since Governor Abbott has been very clear with his executive order prohibiting such a requirement. Now, I'm no legal expert, I will not pretend to be. You have lawyers for that. But I would really hate to see my tax dollars going to pay for a lawsuit, so you guys can fight the governor on whether or not you should have a mask mandate or not. Because the governor's suing everybody who institutes a mask mandate. I'd rather see that money go to new schools. I'd rather see that money go to janitors to sanitize new schools. I am definitely against a mask mandate. And I brought a couple of different things for why. Most of them is just plain evidence from your own website. Your teachers have been doing training with no masks. Nobody's freaking out. It was a prayer vigil at the hospital. I attended it. Half the people were wearing masks, half weren't. Yesterday, I was so happy and so excited to attend the Meet the Teacher Night. I actually got to see a couple of your board members. It was great seeing you guys. One of them wore a mask at one school and didn't have another. The other one wasn't wearing a mask. I attended. That's a picture I took. Half the parents were wearing masks, half were weren't. And I love that. I love that because it's freedom for parents to choose. It's freedom for the parents to make the choices for their kids. And I absolutely respect anyone who wants to wear a mask. I absolutely do. Here's my baby. She's really excited. She was so excited to see the cheerleaders. She thinks them as rock stars. And none of the cheerleaders were wearing masks. And I was happy to see that too, because they were amazing. They were doing the cheerleaders and stuff. And I don't want to see them being exhausted from it. There were teachers here in this exact room training. Nobody was wearing a mask. Superintendent, no mask. Training. Teachers were attending different parents' homes for Meet the Teacher. I saw that. No masks in most of the pictures. Now, I don't want to get too much time on that. I'm just going to say I really don't want to see us have to institute a mask mandate and we might end up wasting tax dollars. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Okay, Ms. Angela, are you here? Saw her. Did she step out? Angela? I'll come back to her. Leslie? Enright? Is that correct?
Yes.
And how are you?
Good. Dr. Scott, the board members, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Leslie, and I do have a child in high school here. I'll make this as brief as possible. Foremost, I want you to know that I'm not here to make light of what this virus has done for our world. I'm fully understanding everybody's touched by it. I am here to ask you to Governor Abbott's mandate on freedom of choice for our children regarding masks at school. The Texas Supreme Court did side with Governor Abbott. From day one of mask mandates, I've been completely and utterly dismayed. When I was in the Air Force, I was a medic. And as a medic, one of the most embarrassing, humiliating times, I was in a procedure, all geared up, white, pushed my glasses up, hit my mask. The surgeon just, well, because I had broken infection control protocol. So if infection control protocol can be so easily missed in an environment like an operating room, how are we supposed to keep it in our children's classrooms? Beyond that, I had to do extra studies and give a presentation in my peers, so that stuck with me. So when the mask mandates and the recommendations came out, I did what I always do, and I started research. I found 2 pre-COVID trials. Mind you, I understand that there are expert opinions after COVID, but these pre-COVID trials, one was college-age students during flu season, and the other was focused on healthcare and community settings, meaning nursing home type settings. Neither of these studies are accurate for our environment for K-12 kids, and neither of these could confirm that face masks prevent the spread of virus through droplets or respiratory aerosols. In my research today before the meeting, I found an article written by Paula E. Alexander, MSc, PhD. Dr. Alexander received his bachelor's degree in epidemiology from McMaster University. And he's got a lot of letters, he's got a lot of experience, and he wrote this article I would really love for you to read. Masking children, tragic, unscientific, and damaging. Again, his name was Paul Alexander. I just ask that it be made a choice. I understand that there are parents who want to keep their children safe with masks. There are those of us that just don't think it's necessary.
Thank you so much for your comments and being here tonight. Julie, how are you?
I know a lot of you, my name is Julie Floyd, I know a lot of you are spreadsheet people, including, I know we've got some spreadsheet kings on the board. And at the end of every week, we are about to have a spreadsheet rolling in, whether or not we like it. And none of us know what that spreadsheet number, that bottom line, is going to be at the end of every week. But we do know that proper masking is the most effective mitigation strategy among unvaccinated populations, of which, especially in our elementary school, we know we have a large amount of. We cannot prevent COVID in our schools, but we can reduce the amount and the spread of it as much as possible. At the end of the year, when you look at the spreadsheet, the compilation spreadsheet, the full year of the spreadsheet, you can look at it this night and know that tonight is a night where you have the power to potentially change that bottom line. Tonight is the night where you could actually make that bottom line different because of a decision you make. I have a second grader, Josiah, and I have a kindergarten, Zeke. Josiah wears his mask okay, especially if it's like Minecraft or Harry Potter. He goes okay with it. Zeke hates it. Remind him about it for like 30 to 45 seconds. He's 5. He's pretty terrible at wearing it. It's pretty awful. I recently was on an airplane I think the flight attendant warned us about like penalties and told us we were gonna be like meeting an officer every like 30 minutes. It was not fun. It's awful. It's so hard. Without a mask mandate, as soon as my son, my 5-year-old, who I love and as stubborn as can be, walks through the school doors, it's not my choice as a parent anymore. He can tear that mask right off, drop it in a trash can if he wants. Without a mask mandate, I don't have a choice as a parent anymore.
30 seconds.
My choice is gone. And you know what? If my kids get COVID, they would probably be okay. Science shows, statistics shows they would probably be okay. They also have an 18-month sister at home who was 3 pounds 7 ounces when she was born. 18 months, she's not even there, she's not even on the church yet, she's 18 months, not quite walking even yet. We're still a little bit medically fragile. And so, bottom line, that bottom line on your spreadsheet, it's more than just a number, it's kids. So please, please consider passing a mask mandate tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight, Julie. Thanks for your comments. David Ward.
All right, my name is David Works. I have 2 kids at teen homes. I go to school with some of your kids. I'm against mask mandates. Ooh, just in there, sorry. Let's just get down to it. A, it's illegal from the governor on down. B, it'll cost a lot of money. We don't have lawyers here in Bay City that can really pull that off. We really want to waste taxpayer dollars. And C, kids just aren't going to wear them. My kids didn't even wear them to school last year, hardly. Or they wear them like this. Let's be honest, a cloth mask, a paper mask is not meant to stop this disease. If you really want to stop the disease, you have to wear an N95 mask. Who's wearing an N95 mask? I don't see, that one might be, I don't know. Kids aren't going to wear those. They barely wear the cloth mask. It's 95 degrees outside. Let's not waste all of our time, and let's not go through this. If parents want to have their kids wear masks, they obviously can. I can't control what the kids do at school. I can't control what my own kids do at school. But there are other options like homeschool, etc. So I please ask you, if you're considering having kids wear masks, just vote no. There's too many things that just aren't going to make it make sense. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
You can do it. With your comments. Angela, I think she just left, right? Or she's coming? Okay. If you don't mind, I just don't want to pass up if she's actually here on the side. Item 7E, open session, take action if necessary regarding COVID-19 safety protocols, including masks, face covering requirements. And so, just quick statement, Dr. Scott made a recommendation that the board discuss this. And in light of legal circumstances surrounding the issue, we had a conversation with our attorney in closed session. And so, thank you all for your comments, and I'll turn it over to the board and call for a motion if there's a motion to be made. I'll ask one more time, is there a motion to be made? Okay, hearing none, there's no action or motion to be made, so there will be no mask requirement in Bay City ISD. The Black Hat Blueprint, as it was approved 2 weeks ago, will just stay in place. Item 7A, overview of organizational health, Dr. Jerry Cook. Dr. Cook, I want to apologize for moving you down last minute there, but trying to get some attorneys in and out
I'll take the mask off to do this. Thank you. Let me get my,
It's the PowerPoint.
no, that doesn't matter. Use your fingers.
Hit F5 there. There you go.
Thank you, technology. Thank you, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing me to speak with you tonight. I am very pleased and honored to be able to speak with the Bay City ISD Board of Trustees. I want to give you a brief overview of myself. I'm a former school person. Thank you. I'm a former school person. I was a school superintendent. I'm now retired. I have two beautiful granddaughters, and if you'd like to see pictures, I'll be more than happy to let you see them. But the primary emphasis of the word retired school superintendent is that of retired. I've been working as an organizational health consultant now for 15 years. So I just want to give you that little bit of background. I'm very pleased to be able to present to Bay City ISD because of the great work that you folks are doing here, and I want to highlight some of that. What I want to accomplish tonight is to very briefly is to give you the basic principles of organizational health. I'm not going into great detail in any means, but the basic principles. And then give you an overview of what the Bay City ISD administrators and teachers have participated in over the past 4 years, and to then highlight the growth in the health of the schools in Bay City ISD. It's a very, very good story to tell. First of all, I'm with a company, it's got a very long name, Organizational Health Diagnostic and Development Corporation. What do we do? Our mission is, number one, is to measure the health of schools. And I will tell you how we do that in just a few minutes. Then we work to grow leaders who improve that health. Because measuring the health of a school or a district is of no value if you do nothing with it. But that's where our skills come in. And finally, we increase student performance because we have data that shows clearly that there's a direct correlation between the level of organizational health of the school and academic performance. In our work with Bay City ISD, one size doesn't fit all. What I mean by that is this. Each principal, each administrator with whom we work is different, and they have different set of data. Therefore, we customize the coaching. Now, I have been fortunate to be the consultant, the consultant that is doing the coaching for the administrators in this district for the past 4 years, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. But that coaching is customized. No one principal, no one administrator gets the same thing. What they get is what they need based upon the data that's been revealed through our system. Now that data is based upon what we call the organizational health of the school, and it's based upon 10 dimensions. We do not have the time tonight for me to go over and analyze each one of these. I'll just say very briefly, the first one, goal focus. What do you think that would mean? Oh, it's what it says. What degree are the teachers and the administrators knowledgeable of the goals and committed to the goals? And so those are the types of dimensions that we measure. There are 10 of them, and these have been correlated. These 10 dimensions have been correlated to academic performance, meaning if you want to increase your academic performance, increase your organizational health. For analogy, if you're going to run a marathon, how many of you are ready to run a marathon right now? Or Scott? I am not ready to run a marathon. It would take me forever to run a marathon because my physical health is not capable. Same thing for a school. If you're going to produce high quality academic academic results, then the health of that organization has got to be strong enough to do what it needs to do. Who has participated in this process? Over the past 4 years, teachers, assistant principals, directors, chiefs, and superintendent have all participated. So this is not just something that's at one level, it's everyone from the teachers through the superintendent have been a participant. What do? First of all, we have a cycle that we work through. And I'm going to briefly mention to you this cycle so you can understand the work that we've done. First, we collect the data. And the way that we collect the data, it takes about 20 or 30 minutes, for each teacher in the school district to complete a very sophisticated instrument that has been proven for 50 years to be accurate, reliable, and credible. And that reveals the health of the school across those 10 dimensions that I just showed you a few moments ago. Now, after we get that, I have an individual conference for 1 hour with each administrator. And typically the supervisor of that administrator sits in with me. And we engage them in that data. I explain it to them. I try to make meaning out of it. I try to answer their questions about their data so that they have a good basis for moving forward. Then I come back about a month later and we have a very long 3-hour conference. Now some principals and some administrators, I meet just with them and their supervisors. Others, but I meet with their assistants and even some teachers. We've had some very good strategy development conferences with principals, assistant principals, and some teachers involved. In this conference is where the rubber meets the road in the system. This is where we actually build an action plan based upon their data. We build an action plan for what does that school need to do to improve. Then we have what we call our team training. We have done 3 sessions of team training with Bay City ISD, and I've had tremendous praise. I had tremendous praise for the administrators and teachers in this district that have gone through team training. Let me give you an example. You saw when the high school came up here, when they had those awards for the AP exams. Did you notice it had something about to the moon on there? You know where that came from? That came from our first team training that we had 3 years ago, because I talked with them about what is your moon? Where are you headed? And I used the space mission about going to the moon as the analogy for what we're trying to do in the schools. It just tickled my soul to see the high school had the moon on it. But the reason why I'm just pointing this out, I wasn't going to point it out until I saw that, is because the teachers and the administrators in Bay City are dedicated to improve. And they use the things that we talk about, and they make great progress. That team training, what that is a principal, a couple of assistant principals, and 6 or 8 teachers. In fact, in the first training session we had, I think the high school had 10 or 12 teachers there. And we worked for 2 consecutive days. And we delved in deeply into their data. We delved in deeply into the principal's organizational health. And so that they understand what I'm talking about and what it means to improve the health of their schools. And I think if you can talk to some of the participants in those sessions, they will tell you the meaning that they gain from the participation in those team training sessions. And I hope that we are able to continue them in the future. And now we had started that process with the central office, and I had a 1-day session with the central office this summer. We did the 2 days with it. We got to 2 days. We did it 1 day. So we're starting it with the central office, which just tickles me silly that we're moving in that direction. That's a real scientific term, isn't it? All right. Then the final step that we have is follow. That's when, if there's a particular issue that needs to be addressed on a particular school, if there's something they need a little bit of assistance with, after we get through the team training and everything else, and I come out and I spend some time with them, I tell you, I've had some absolutely beautiful conferences. I never will forget the conference that I had with the high school's leadership team a couple of years ago. It was just absolutely lights out. The enthusiasm and the degree of focus that those teachers had about trying to do what was necessary to improve the health and the learning of those schools. And remember, now you don't improve the health of the school just to improve the health. You improve the health of the school to improve academic performance. What's the result of this process that we've worked with Bay City over the past 4 years? I would like to take a long time, but I don't have a long time, but what you have here is a graph showing the 10 dimensions go focus through PSA, which is problem-solving advocacy, and the growth from year 1 to, and the change from year 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now you might notice that year 3 was exceptionally high compared to year 1 and 2. It dropped just a little bit this year. Why do you think it might have dropped a little bit this year? Did anything go on this year that might have affected that? I want to tell you something, and you don't know this because you don't have the data that I do. Because of the hundreds of districts that we work with, this data here is a win over COVID. Because to be able to have no more drop than what Bay City had this year, given what they had to work with this past year, that is lights out data. So I compliment the Bay City ISD for the work that they did this past year to overcome the issues that were there and still have such high data. Now, and I won't go into great detail except to say these are nationally normed bar graphs, and it's against other schools in the nation. Well, what causes this improvement? Why did it improve? One thing and one thing in particular, and that is its leadership. Leadership from the superintendent to the central office to the principals all the way down to the teachers. I want to compliment the leadership teams, and I mean that plural, from all the way from the superintendent's leadership team all the way down to the leadership teams in the campuses, for their work that they've done over the past 4 years to truly focus on their own health and to build their health so that they can do the job that they're intending to do in building a school that's going to produce high academic results for students. My presentation is up. I am open to any questions that you may have.
Is this ongoing? Are we going to get updates, or is this over
As far as my presentation to you,
as far as your program?
well, my hope is that we continue, and I think that from the information I've received from Dr. Scott and Ms. Moyer is that we are going to continue this for the future.
So how often are you collecting data?
Pardon me?
How often are you collecting the data from step
We
1?
collect the data once per year.
Okay.
And we try to collect it about the same time in each year so that we've got as good a comparison data as we can. Now, the schools collect it one time a year, and the central office collects it another time of the year, which that's just fine, as long as we collect it about the same time each year for each one. But one time a year.
And then from that, how are we communicating that to teachers to ensure that they know that this is a priority? Is there a wording that you give to principals? Is there something that you give to admin to say, this is how we need to communicate it to ensure it's being taken?
Well, we take care of that through those three levels of conferences, and I'll talk about that.
Okay.
The data engagement conference, we'll talk about it one. The 3-hour strategy development conference 2, and then in the team training 3. And in the team training, there's a whole host of teachers in there.
Okay.
And what we do in that team training, one of the components of that team training is to work with those teachers and the principals of how are you going to communicate this now
Right.
to your teachers
Okay.
when you get back to school.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh,
That
sure.
answers my question.
Sure.
Let me ask a question. I see, this is amazing. This whole thing is amazing. But I guess I live in a different world. Because I'm looking at participants here. from the superintendent all the way to the teachers. Imagine if you included this board in that. Just for a minute, imagine if you included the board as part of this plan. Because I'm thinking, if we are going to be a united force, because that's what I'm thinking. If we are going to be a united force, the board should have been here as an active participant. If we, I can pound my chest because I'm looking at this and I can say, wow. But guess what I would feel if I would say that I was a part of this? I think with this kind of thing that you're presenting, and I've been reading and educating myself on board governance, this board cannot be left out into something like this. If you're going to do an analysis and you're going to present something like this, the board needs to be included in it.
I appreciate it.
Because right about now, there is no accountability for this board. None. We hold our own self accountable. And right now, it's none. But if we had something like this, we would look good. And I think, please, if you're going to gather, then let us be a part of that.
We can do that. We have a system. We have a particular part of our organizational health services that is focused on the superintendent and the board. So if the board wants to do that, then we can provide that. And we would be more than happy to be to provide it.
Okay, let me see. You know, they always give me with my pronouns. Let me say, I, instead of we. I would like to be.
I understand. I understand
Okay.
that. I understand that totally.
Yes.
And all I'm simply saying is, if you could say you persuaded enough people on the more good, and then good. I'm just simply saying that we can.
But sometimes they get me with my name on the same. Put us into something. And so let me just say, I would like to be a part.
Well,
Because I want to be a team player. So let me speak for me. And hopefully, they will join me. But for right now, I would like to be a part.
Well, if it were to come to pass, the board wanted to, we could do that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions?
So the data that you showed us, is that just through, like questionnaires, or is that?
It's a very sophisticated survey. The owner of the company, Dr. Fairman, resists the word survey because a survey is a weak term to describe what we do. We have a very sophisticated 80-item instrument that is highly reliable, highly credible. It passes all the tests of, and it's been normed on numerous occasions. And it's a sophisticated instrument that the teachers and principals and assistant principals fill out, and it yields the results from that survey that we work with the principals and teachers with.
And so, like, let's just say when like a teacher, leaves a district for any reason, does that go into that data, or?
No. Everything, that's a very good question. Everything we do is 100% anonymous. The data comes into us, and we group it. The only data that we report to the school district is group data. We report no individual data whatsoever. So an individual's teacher score cannot be found anywhere.
Are those teachers aware that it's anonymous?
Yes, they're supposed to be aware of that. I feel certain from the work that I've done with these administrators that they're making sure that the teachers know that their results are anonymous. Now, this year, did we do it on paper, or we do it online? We did it on paper still. They fill those out, we have a very secure system, we're taking them up so that there's no way, the principal never sees them. And so we're very secure with our process. But they should know, and I feel confident with the work that I've done with these administrators, the teachers know that those results are confidential.
Do you have a high compliance rate for completion?
A high completion rate among the teachers?
Among the teachers? Okay.
Yes, yeah, very high.
80%? I mean, what?
I don't know. I can't answer that.
They administrate during a set where all the teachers are present. The principal is not present, the assistant principal is not present. I believe it's usually a dean or someone.
Yeah, we typically have a teacher leader that is one that does administration. Now, the only people that don't, would be not taking it would be somebody that happened to not be in school that day.
I guess this graph is indicative of the whole population.
That's correct.
50%.
That's exactly right. All the teachers, that's an aggregate of the entire district. That's correct. Any other questions?
Can we, and this is, I guess, to Dr. Scott or maybe Mrs. Moy, I don't know, can we see this, like a more detail, is this what you give them, or is it more detailed what you give them? What you give administrators and Dr. Scott?
The administrators get a whole lot more detailed information. This is an overview. And this is typically all that we would do in this type of a meeting would be this. Now, should the board ever want more information, then there's two ways you can get that. One is you can work with Dr. Scott, and that'd probably be the best way. Another would be that you could have a special workshop where I can come back and work with you in the workshop. Dr. Scott's very knowledgeable of this, and he can inform you of whatever you want. Be careful with one thing. There's one caution, and I should have mentioned this already. Our data that we have is developmental. The name of our corporation is Organizational Health Diagnostic and Developmental Corporation. Our data is not evaluative. It's not intended to be, and if it is used in a evaluative sense, it's a misuse of data. And what I just simply mean by that is, it's just a word of caution, if you start looking at more detailed data, don't start ranking and stacking and evaluating one school against another or one principal against another based upon this data. That's not what it's intended for. This data is for each school to grow. One of our basic principles is grow from within. The schools grow from within. And your schools have had tremendous growth from within. And I just hope we can continue to work with them and see it go in the future. Say again, I love working in Bay City IC. You guys are doing lights out. Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to come.
So I'll be willing to do that. So you want to say we and just make it me and you? We. I think if we get the results start going this next month, we can turn it toward more goal setting, more organizational health, and just continue to grow. Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Cook.
Thank you.
Safe travel
Appreciate
back.
it very much.
Thank you. Okay, item 7F. Review of the strategic design plan. Presenter Lisa Moya, Assistant Superintendent. Lisa, how are you doing this evening?
Fine, thank you.
Good.
You're minimized down there if you just reopen it.
Okay. Good evening. Some of you may remember, I believe some of you served on our strategic design plan committee. And our mind goes back before, it was right before COVID hit, I believe. Actually, the plan was finished in Dr. Scott asked that we review that strategic plan this year, and so that some of you who are new to the plan, we can look at those goals and what's been achieved thus far. So goal 1.1, thank you, and Jill actually has the brochure with her. Some of those goals were broken down as priorities for this last year. Goal 1.1, creating opportunities for parent and community engagement in a low-risk setting. So that was challenging with COVID, but I want to compliment our administrators and their teams because they came up with some very unique ways of making low-risk settings for parents in a virtual way. So we had virtual Meet the Teacher nights, concerts, performance banquets, online parent videos for technology help and setting up their home learning routines. Our online videos were very popular with parents. We had quite a few Facebook Live parent events, virtual parent meetings for our English language learners and early college high school parents. Love that Teeny Homes had a family drive-in movie night where they could get together and watch a movie in their cars. One of the things to involve our community and to also start some services for our parents, we were very fortunate in 2020 to get a grant for community and schools here in Bay City. We started with 3 schools, Cherry, Holmes, and Bay City Junior High. We've been so successful even during the COVID year that the Brazoria County Community and Schools has expanded our grant to include all 5 campuses for next year. So I'm really happy that Roberts and Bay City High School will now have community and school services for our parents and students as well. I also have a picture up there. I don't know if any of you had the opportunity to come to our back to school bash last week. Did anybody see Kelly Hunt and the nurses did a fabulous job. I'm going to tell you that picture of our family right there. I brought that back to Dr. Scott and I said, this is our why. This is why we do everything we do. We had a family, right there you see of 7, and every child went home with a free physical, free vaccinations for the parent, free dental screening, lots of school supplies, free clothes. I can't even remember what else, lots of goodies, everything from community. Dental checks, yeah, a dental exam. So that was a huge success. And then you may have also seen that our attendance clerks, for example, set up registration nights at different campuses. We had one-stop registration. Parents could come to any location and register their entire family, no matter what campus they were on. And even out at Market Days, Grant, Ms. Reyes, Ms. Penix, several principals, Ms. Wendell, there were several folks there registering parents. So very proud. That's just kind of our evidence for what we worked on in Goal 1.1. Goal 2.1 I won't spend a lot of time on because Jerry just presented a lot of our evidence. Creating a needs assessment to identify gaps in building our collaborative relationships. We started 4 years ago working with teachers and campus principals, campus administrators, and we've now expanded that to our central office, our chiefs, our directors, and our superintendent as well. So I'm excited to hear some of you here. We may even expand to the board. So, and that just kind of covers what Jerry talked with you about. This is one of our big goals, creating a behavior management system that will be used consistently at every school level to establish positive classroom environments. We've been working very closely with Region 13. We had a group of teachers in the spring of 2020 join a district MTSS team, and they vetted several programs, several classroom management programs, Safe and Civil Schools, CHAMPS, and what they chose that they felt would best meet the needs of their classrooms across the district was CHAMPS. So we have trained all teachers in CHAMPS. We just trained our new teachers to the district. When you go in our classrooms, you will see CHAMPS being used in our classrooms. You'll also see on our campuses, those teams and our campus teams, each campus developed an MTSS team, developed a plan around some common expectations, and the theme that came out was be safe, be respectful, be responsible. In fact, something that really makes me so proud, this is our 2nd year of those teams working together in the summer, and we've gotten to the level that those teachers on those teams are now leading the trainings. And so they just presented that to the rest of their staff. They developed the training for this August of some of the things they've learned, of what they want to implement next in their campus plan. So they just turned that around last week. Our behavior coach endorsement training, several of our past teachers went through Region 13 training so that they could put some more tools in their toolbox. They're a critical member of that MTSS team to help the other teachers, to give them ideas, to serve on that RTI committee, to think about what are some other strategies we can use with these students. And then we're starting to learn more about positive behavior intervention systems. I know that campuses got started a little bit with that in the spring. We're hoping to expand that even more this year. Of course, each campus team customized it to what works best for their campus and their age group and what motivates that age group. So we're excited to see that. And our teachers have also started using some restorative practices and restorative circles in their classrooms as well. So this will be a multi-year goal, for sure. We will continue working on this. We did some training in June with each campus team. Then campus teams, as I said, worked on their campus and led their group of teachers here in August. And then we have some ongoing continued training with our counselors for Tier 2 interventions, as well as some more training on positive behavior intervention systems, tweaking our systems.
How are teachers able to reach out? Is there you said RTI committee.
Mm-hmm.
Do those teachers come if they're still having problems in Tier 1 and they're needing some extra help? Do they sign up for a time to then talk with the teacher? How does that work?
Actually, that's one of the things we worked on this summer was building the RTI process and RTI guidelines for behavior. We already had an RTI system in place as far as the academics, but we just hadn't picked up that behavior piece.
Right.
So that was one of our projects. We drafted with Ms. Garcia, our special ed coordinator, our district behavior specialist, Region 13, and then the principals worked on drafting some guidelines. And so there's a process in there that how they make a referral to their RTI committee. So that'll be our new project this year to now go to Tier 2. In fact, Angela Eisenberg, our consultant from Region 13, we have our Tier 2 and Tier 3 resources listed in there, and she's going to be coming in and working with our counselors to train them in some more of those resources. They have some of the training, but we're trying to add some more tools to their toolbox as well for Tier 2 and 3.
And James, back to the goal number 2. So last night at the Meet the Teachers, I saw camps everywhere, in every classroom. I saw camps, and I was thinking, what is that? What? I didn't stop because it was packed. But if we had our orientation, we were talking about going to different classes, being able to see and bringing in the personnel, that would have been a good time. Maybe know, James, that when we go see those, like Melissa would talk to us, she would talk to us about those particular things. That would have been a good piece, as a new teacher to know what those things were. Because I was totally lost. I saw the camps, which was in almost every room, but, on the outside, I didn't know what any of that meant. Because it was all over every school. But I didn't know. But as a new board member coming in and pouring in, that had been something, orientation personnel.
Goal 4 was actually increasing our students' access to technology to become a one-to-one district. This got accelerated quite a bit with the pandemic, but I just gave you a timeline up there to show you what a commitment our district has made to one-to-one devices financially, and then also a commitment that you'll see in just a minute to training our teachers to really utilizing those effectively. In August of 19, we had about 2,200 devices. I'll tell you, the bulk of that number was at our 2 new campuses, at Holmes and junior high, because we did have a technology budget in the bond money to help fund that. So when we came to February of 2020 and we were about to shut down schools, we were not a one-to-one school at that time at all. And I want to give kudos to everybody here, because I think just about everybody here was in a position at Bay City ISD. When we had to provide remote learning for the rest of the spring, we took those 2,200 devices, we redistributed them to all of the campuses, and we were able to give each family that didn't have a device, loan out a device for the rest of the spring so that everybody could do home learning. So I was really, really proud of them. That was a huge effort, but we got devices in the hands of families. So then that summer, as we saw that the pandemic was going to continue, we really escalated our plan, and so that September we added 1,100 more devices, and our total devices for the start of the 2020 school year was 3,442. And now we actually did not have to purchase any student devices. I think we had a few that we had to purchase at Cherry, very minimal. So we have actually a one-to-one plus about an overage of 10% at every campus. This kind of outlines the professional training and continuous PD that we've provided to our staff. You can see I divided it into 3 groups. The instructional resource integration piece, because that was a big piece. We were a totally paper textbook district 2 years ago. So to integrate the instructional resources into the technology was a big piece, and that lists some of the resources we're using. And then just our learning management system. We had to really learn quickly in the spring of 2020 how to use Google Classroom, and then we were very fortunate to have Mr. Gardner, an instructional technology specialist in our district. We amped up the training that summer. We did Google Basics, Google Classroom, level 1 and 2. He also did student-centered activities. I think the most popular session we've ever offered is the Make and Take, where teachers come, they have the time to sit down in the summer and just make their materials in Google Classroom. And then you'll also see additional technology we have added in the last 2 years into classrooms. I can proudly say, as of Thursday, we have our Promethean active panels in every classroom in the district. High school was our last campus to do, and we had a couple we still needed at Cherry. So, and with the opening of Roberts got all of their new active panels. So now every teacher has an interactive panel. I was so excited to hear Ms. Mosher say she's already has a math teacher who had hers ready to go tomorrow with 2 split screens where the kids do work problems at the same time, and they have a race. They run up, work the problem, and there's a place they touch the screen, run back, and have like a relay race. So, love that. Even in high school, the kids love it.
And the teachers are pretty comfortable with them now. I know there was a lot of dread with some teachers who maybe weren't familiar with technology. Everybody's pretty much up to speed.
Now, I will tell you, high school just got their training, so I'm not going to say they're all totally comfortable with it. But one of the things we love about it is that we'll do the first training with teachers. We do them in small snippets. We've learned a full day training of technology, overload, knocks them out. So we do about a 2-hour training and give them 2 things. They'll start that. Now, some of your superstars who are technology literate, they'll take off. But in our technology facilitator, we have a new one this year, Stacy Boudry, has already met with the teams. She'll be coming in once a week to every campus. And so she'll set up, for example, this week it may be to do a new skill on Promethean, and teachers come in during their conference period. Maybe next week she sets up with the academic dean, and she's going to go into classrooms and help them do a new skill. So it's in little pieces. I would say Holmes, junior high are the most comfortable because they've had theirs for almost 2 years now. So we're getting there. A big learning curve for us last year was live streaming with the document camera. So that was a big, we got baptized by fire. We just jumped in there. Sometimes you just got to jump in. And I want to say kudos to our staff also, because some of the strategies they've used is that their administrators, the first couple of weeks, were rotating throughout rooms at the beginning of every period. They were just going by and checking. Do you need help? Let me walk in and help you get your live stream going. That was the best learning curve for us. Also, they also used some of their techie teachers to be mentors to those other teachers to help get them started. So I can confidently say every one of our teachers is very proficient in live streaming with Zoom now. And we also used Pear Deck last year, which that was one of our goals, to get every teacher. For those of you who don't know, Pear Deck's very interactive for the kids, just like you're watching these slides right now and you're not interacting. But Pear Deck provides an opportunity, it's like a slideshow where kids interact with it with their own device. So that's our next step. And then goal 5.4, this is one we're really proud of, and you'll see in our next presentation, career pathways. One of our goals, and Dr. Scott gave us that as a goal even before the strategic plan, is that we've got great programs at the high school, but we want to make sure that those programs are being used well, that kids are graduating with a skill they can use and a certification they can use, and that it's something that's very relevant to our community. And so we have really pared down some of our offerings, but we've expanded in other offerings. For example, if you look at the high school end, and we start at the top, engineering, that is a very popular field in our area. The health services is extremely in demand, and this is where we've added some. We started with the CNA program, we've added the EMT, we've added a medical assistant, and then we also have the farm tech certification. Cosmetology, business management, construction trades, we've always had a healthy welding program. We added the NCCER certification. Really excited, we were just talking about before this meeting, we now have teachers who are going to become OSHA certified. They can offer the OSHA certification, which is huge in this area. If one of our kids can graduate with OSHA certification, it's their foot in the door to one of the plants. So that's a great thing. We also now, this year, will have 2 cohorts of early college high school, freshmen and sophomores, and we've expanded our AVID program. So if you walk that down, that is no good if we're not feeding into the program. So we walk that down to junior high and then to elementary, and you can see the correlation right there. We started 2 years ago, all of our 6th graders are now getting a half a high school credit, every 6th grader, touch data, because they needed those computer skills. They were not getting them. They also take career exploration. So we start exploring careers in 6th grade. 7th grade, they go to a high school credit class. They have the option to go to investigating careers and general employability skills. That's the soft skills. That's the skills that our community businesses are telling us that kids aren't having when they come to them. How do you interview? How do you manage your time? Things like that. We are also moved down principles of construction to junior high last year because we have such a healthy welding program. We need to expand our construction trades into things like millworking and cabinet making, because that's a huge need in our area. If our kids can get in as 8th graders and get the principal's class, then they have more room in their schedule to take the advanced class. We've expanded our AVID. We started with 1 6th grade, 1 7th, 1 8th. We now have 2 6th, 2 7th, 2 8th, 2 9th, and this year we'll have 2 10th, and we hope to have 2 11th and 2 12th in the next 2 years. And then you'll see the elementary correlation there is with our STEAM labs, digital learning labs, and our Lego League robotics. I will tell you, 2 years ago, our elementary kids took music, but no, they took, for their specials, they had PE and a library. That was it. Our elementary kids went to PE and library for specials, and that was it. So I'm really, really proud of our district that we've added STEAM labs, digital learning, and then the robotics piece to tie into our career paths.
How many kids are in the sophomore cohort? How many kids do we have on track for early college?
Our sophomore cohort is 15 students. Our freshman cohort, we expanded, we have 20 students. So we have 35 students on track to get an associate's degree.
Very cool.
And then finally, our goal 6 is creating a comprehensive plan to recruit staff. A lot of this falls in Lisa Volkmer's vote, and she added a lot to this. We expanded the human resource position to include job duties related to recruitment. COVID did prohibit in-person recruitment, but we did do 5 virtual colleges and universities recruitments. We do have a strong Grow Your Own program, folks. I can't tell you how many of our own paras have gone through that program, that we have helped them get through college, and then they commit to us for so many years of teaching. We've also recruited quite a few who come to us as long-term substitutes, and then we get them into an alternative certification program. We also have a Grow Your Own dual credit certification program. We currently have how many people who are interested, do you think?
At the high school campus, we have approximately
6 people who may be starting their master's degree in the spring, so that we can expand our dual credit program. And then, of course, thanks to y'all and your commitment, we have really raised our competitive pay plan, which are the midpoint in higher studies. So that concludes the presentation on the strategic plan. Do you have questions that I can answer about that plan?
On goal 4.2, additional technologies. Have we thought about, or do we currently use, I know whenever we were doing the virtual, the teachers would come on and they were all having to wing it. They were doing a great job. But what we found out when we were trying to do homework and stuff with the kids, we Googled and found all of these resources out there, these professionally produced videos that talk about certain subjects or certain science experiments and stuff like that. So we started incorporating that kind of stuff in the classrooms where the teacher's not having to come up with, something, reinvent the wheel basically whenever there's these great products already out there.
Absolutely. We have some of those built into some of our instructional resources. Any of these that you see in the first column have some type of video lessons or interactive lessons where you say teachers don't have to reinvent the wheel.
Right.
I will tell you that some of the things that you find, any textbook that is written is not written specifically for Texas. Any textbook, even those that are up there, are not written specifically for Texas. When you Google something, a video, for example, I'm going to give you a really popular site, Teachers Pay Teachers. Teachers love to use Teachers Pay Teachers, and it will always say TEKS aligned. Well, I can say anything's TEKS aligned. So one of the things our teachers really have to do, even with our own resources, is vet that to make sure it's really addressing the true Texas TEK. So yes, we do have some of those, but I will not tell you that every resource is created. It may say TEKS aligned, but it may not address truly the TEK standard for Texas. So that's one of the things that I'll describe in my next presentation, our PLC. That's one of the things we're teaching our teachers to do, is to evaluate their resources for the rigor, and does it truly align to the tested standard?
And then on goal 3.1,
Yes, sir.
it sounded like we're getting most of that or all of that from a different region than ours, like I think it's region 13.
Yes, sir.
Is there a reason why we're going out of our region? Is it more cost effective or something?
Actually, it is more cost effective. Region 13, the consultant that comes for a day actually charges me less than a Region 3 consultant charges us for one day. Additionally, Region 13 offers these services that Region 3 may offer CHAMPS training. I would have to check on that. But the behavior coach endorsement, the positive behavior intervention systems, the restorative practices, there are some entry-level trainings, but not the depth and the rigor of training that the teams received.
What is region 3? Is that like Houston?
Austin.
Austin.
Yes.
Because normally, and this may be wrong, I don't know. Normally, isn't it cheaper to stay in your region than to go out? That's why I flagged. Maybe I just have a misconception.
Yeah, it is not always. Sometimes it is. But I will tell you in this case, for what Region 13 is charging me, they're charging me in-district rates.
Oh.
So they're charging me the same rate they charge districts within Region 13. I'm sorry, I'm saying they charge me, they charge us. They don't charge me personally, I couldn't pay that. They charge us. And I do want to say that this was funded just because I know funding is a big issue. One of the things that you will notice, and Dr. Scott has probably talked about, is that we've had a special education disproportionality issue. We've been flagged as needing assistance in that area. So as we started disaggregating that data, we realized it's not just a special education disproportionality, it's a general disproportionality. And so that's why we decided as part of our targeted plan that we needed to take on for special education is not to just to address that issue, to address the bigger issue. And so we've used part of our it's called CEIS funds, it's federal funds. It comes from the special ed grant, but it can be used also for general ed students. So we've used some of that funding to fund this initiative. Any other questions? I'm sorry.
Sorry, goal 4.1, the total devices, 3,442. That's, you made a comment saying that we had one-to-one plus like an extra 10%. But I thought I saw an email earlier this week that our student council was like around like 3,500.
Yes, that was at the start of the 2020 school year. We have picked up more devices since then.
Oh.
So at the end of this school year, we evaluated our fleet of devices. We still had, with what we had picked up since the start of the 2020 school year, we have one-to-one plus a 10% buffer on every campus.
Okay.
Really awesome work. How often do you gauge progress? Can we get an update again?
Sure.
Dr. Scott, maybe in 6 months to see. I'm interested to see about goal 3.1. I know how y'all are implementing things, and there's a lot of new coming into the school year, but I'd like to just get a pulse check.
Absolutely. Just communicate with Dr. Scott and we can facilitate what information you need.
Because I remember when we did these goals, and Trent and I were part of the team, and there were some community members part of the team, and we identified some of them that we wanted to work on in the first year.
Yes.
So those are probably these, and you've made lots of progress on them, but
yes.
Have you identified, or do we need to get back together as a team about which are the next goals that we're gonna start folding in and really working hard on?
Yes, and I will say that some of the goals y'all identified as the first year goals, for example, one of them was getting students out to field trips. We changed that because we made an executive decision on that one because it was the start of COVID year. So we picked another goal in that area. So yes, there will be a process. I'll let Dr. Scott speak to that.
So I would say to the board, we absolutely need to get back together in a workshop setting. So not only has Lisa given us an update on what we've already done, then we can share based on the data that we actually have with the input from the campuses and initiative that they have going on, what will be the most logical next portions of these goals. So we can absolutely come back and do that. And I think the sooner the better. Once we get school up and running, because we're working on these. But to quickly identify those that we're going to target and then come back and present on this time next year, if not a little earlier. Also, conversation for this board is not only these goals, but then how do we align that with the training that we're actually going to give in the next couple of weeks. So we're not all over the place. We have a strategic plan, but then how does that align with the targeted student performance data that we actually have as well. So it's going to be a lot of work for all of us to get together, so therefore we're on the same page when we come back and talk about this next year, that we've all identified things that are most important for us to work on in this upcoming school year.
And just a point of information, these goals were actually embedded as our district improvement goals last year, which filtered down to campus improvement goals. I will tell you, when I walked into this position 4 years ago, the district improvement plan was a plan that sat on a shelf that everybody looked at the beginning of the year, and then at the end of the year, they checked off. Every campus plan looked totally different as compared to each campus and compared to the district. This brought us in true alignment. So part of what Jerry was talking about, that goal focus, this process has helped all of us become very goal focused. And so that's been very helpful to us. So in revising the goals, we hope to do that very soon because we will bring the district goals and campus goals for for your approval, usually in September.
Very soon then.
Any other questions about that?
Thank you for all your work.
Sure, thank you.
To get it moving forward.
Thank you. We're gonna look at student achievement. Oh, I'm sorry, you're supposed to say that.
Oh, that's fine. Are there
I
any other
apologize,
questions,
I'm not aware.
comments for?
I was looking at the concern, I was very, very impressed with this. That, like you said, I was thinking, and you just said, these are all those small, it's going to doctors. I just think we're gonna have to get together.
Yes,
And ignore it. So, I really want to be very impressed with you.
Awesome. Okay, item 7G, presentation of STAR scores and House Bill 4545. And again, Lisa Moy, Assistant Superintendent.
Okay, so thank you, board. We're gonna look at our 2020, 2021 student achievement and House Bill 4545. So because some of you have not been with us previously, we always give this presentation in August. I do want to give just a brief background so you can see where we've come, where we've been, where we are now, and where we need to go. This shows you our district and campus ratings. In 2017, we were given from TEA model ratings. That was going to be like the preview of the A through F system. So you can see this is where our A through F would have been in 2017. Where you see the IR, that would have been a model improvement required, where we had to greatly improve those campuses. In 2018, that was our first year of truly being rated in this system. And you'll see there where our campus ratings are in the 70s, one in the 60, and then overall for Bay City ISD is 76. In 2019, in the good old days prior to COVID, this was our spring 2019 rating. That is the last time we were rated in an A through F system. You can see that we made pretty good growth, I would say, across our campuses. Bay City ISD, actually our overall rating came up from a C to a B. And then you'll see the distinctions that were earned at the individual campuses. So what happened after that? Well, in March 2020, Governor Abbott closes the Texas schools. In May 2020, we had no STAR test administration. CCMR scores were calculated. CCMR means college and career military readiness. So we did get those scores because we could gauge where our graduates were in getting those certifications. But that's the only score we got that year. The 2019 rating was rolled forward for all Texas schools. In August 2020, when we returned to school, Bay City ISD had approximately 35% of our students learning remotely last September, August, September. In March of 21, we ended remote learning. All students returned to in-person instruction. In May, we gave our STAR test. Bay City ISD, I'm so proud of our teachers. This was a big leap of faith for us. We opted for primarily online administration for the first time ever. We never had that capability before because we didn't have enough student devices. You may have heard that in 2023, the governor has mandated that all testing will be online across the state of Texas. So we decided, we talked with teachers, we gave them that option, and they said, let's go for it. If we're gonna learn, we might as well learn now. In a year where we don't have an official rating, let's go through the bumps. And so we did that for almost every area. June 21, we had something new. It was called on-demand scores were released. We've never had this. This was the greatest thing next to sliced bread. Because usually we take the test and then we wait 6 weeks to find out how our kids did. This year, they developed something new called on-demand, and especially if you took the online assessment, we had scores, now not the writing piece, because the writing still had to be graded, but most of the tests, we had at least raw scores for every student that tested within anywhere from a week to 2 weeks, which was phenomenal. This is the first time ever we had scores to know who was going to walk at graduation for sure. So that was wonderful. The only thing was that was student scores only, and mobile students were still included. So you'll see in a minute how many mobile students we have in our district. That was everybody who was in a seat in Bay City ISD taking a test in Bay City ISD, okay? And then 21-22, I did want to let you know our accountability system will be reset with the state of Texas this year. We do not know what that will look like. It has not been developed yet. There will be new thresholds and targets that will be set after the spring 22 administration due to the learning gaps in COVID across the state. So you know that a big part of our accountability is growth rate. Well, we could get no growth score this year because we didn't take the test last year. They did calculate 2 years of growth, but they said, well, it's not really statistically reliable to do a 2-year growth score. So the whole system really has to be reset by TEA. And one thing I love about TEA, we kind of play the game and take the test, and then they tell you the rules, what it's going to look like. So we'll see what that's going to look like. So the first thing I want to present to you is our number of remote learners. You'll see the first semester, we had overall about 35%. Holmes Elementary had the largest amount of remote learners. As we went the second 6 weeks, we did pick up a couple more students to come back to in-person. Still Holmes was our biggest population of remote learners. And then you'll see the third 6 weeks, we were down to the teens in some campuses, but still Holmes was almost at 1/4 of their students. So our attendance rate by group, I want to show you what happens with our attendance rate. You'll see this line graph represents our different populations, 2019, 2020, and then 2021. Attendance was a big issue last year. You guys have already heard that through the budget season. We were struggling a lot with attendance, but please remember also our protocols were not only for COVID positive students, but if you were in close contact and had to be quarantined, or if you even had symptoms, the CDC was recommending you stay at home. So that was a big struggle to have students at school last year. Along with that, our mobility was a big struggle as well. I'm going to blow this up so you can see it better. Oops. Go back just a little. Please off the screen. So you can see if you start at the far right in 2018-19, this tells you our total students who are enrolled, and then during that year, how many of those students were mobile. What that means is that they were enrolled in our school, they withdrew from our school, they might have re-enrolled in our school. Very possibly that could have been done between the snapshot date in October and the test date in spring. If you remember, I talked about on-demand scores. On-demand scores showed us everybody who was here that day that tested. In the accountability system, for a student score to count for us, that student has to be here on test day, and that student has to be here on that Friday snapshot day in October. Only those scores count for your campus and your district. So in 18-19, we had between 13 and 19% mobile across the district. 19-20, you'll see there's no data for Cherry because that was the year we realigned. They do not keep mobility rates on grade 1, grade K, PK and K. So that's why when we went to Cherry as a PKK campus, they no longer have data. But you'll see they were pretty stable, but then look at 2020, 2021. Over a third of our population was mobile during the year. So that's pretty significant.
Does that just mean they weren't there on the snapshot day or test day?
If this data, it could be that, but this data specifically, if they're identified as mobile, it means that they were in our school and withdrew from our school sometime during the year. And they were out of school at least 10 days. So it could have been during that snapshot day, but I would have to go through every student to determine what day they withdrew and what day they entered.
So 10 days, that doesn't include students who were quarantined twice due to their exposure?
No, because they're still enrolled.
Okay,
Yeah, these are students that, remember, not absence, but students that withdrew
okay.
from their campus, yeah, and then re-enrolled. Okay, so then we're going to go back and let's look at our staff absent trends last year. You'll see I've given you the approximate number of teaching staff. That varies from year to year slightly depending on our population and our enrollment, but I gave you the average there. So for 2018-19 compared to 2020-2021, these are only days that include state sick days, local sick days, personal. It could have been COVID illness. It could have been EPSL. It was no professional development days or school business days. So these days represent, for example, Bay City High School in 18-19, there were 635 days that a teacher was not in a classroom because of some type of illness. It could have been pregnancy, it could have been whatever it be. In 2020-21, there were 728.5 days. Now, that could have been 2 days for Jill, 5 days for the next teacher, 35 days for the next teacher. We have that data broken down, the principals can see that, but I just felt like we needed the big overall picture of how many absences we have.
Could we identify why the gaps are so wide between the campuses? I mean, for instance, the junior high is double, but the high school is a small percentage increase. Was there something?
I don't know, that's a good question. Mr. Smarteman, I don't know if you have, do you have feelings about that? High school as to why yours might have been lower than junior high?
I don't know if we maybe had fewer quarantines last year, but when we look at our number, of course, an average for what the staff is compared to the absences, I would say that we did feel like we had a significant increase at high school alone for the COVID absences.
I can tell you the junior high, I had teachers out on leave, I had a teacher out on maternity leave, and we do have quite a significant amount of staff quarantined too.
As well as quarantine or COVID things. So now we're going to get into this year's data. I wanted to show you what happened last year, and now I'm going to show you this year's data. This is our CCMR raw score. This means how many of our graduates get the college and career military readiness point. In 2017, where we're at 34%, we jumped to 64, 86, and our projection for the class of 2020, because we still have a couple of kids who could take some industry-based certifications, we can submit that all the way until December, but our estimation for next year will be about 89%. The state rate is 72 and the region rate is 64. I cannot tell you how proud I am of Bay City High School, that we're graduating. Now we'll get into our scores. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pull up the link for you, and these links in your board book presentation are live, that you can look at the data in depth. But then I've also given you a summary of that data because it is very detailed, where I broke down every subgroup, every grade level. So as we look at 2021 Reading Star, I want you to see that the trends are, we had great increases in EOC 1 and 2, English 1 and 2 at our high school. We did have a slight decrease in grades 6 through 8. Our most significant area of need was grade 3 through 5. And one thing I want you to remember is that the reading teaks are recursive, meaning that your teaks in 3rd grade are very similar to your teaks in 4th grade and 5th grade. It's just that you're taking the depth and complexity and the reading level higher. So they're not necessarily scaffolded. Like in math, you'll see that the next column, math teaks are sequential. In other words, grade 6 math teaks build on the grade 5 math teaks. Just like you have to, for example, you have to know how to learn to add before you multiply. So that's just a little difference that we really have to take into account. So as I pull up those scores, just a little so everybody can see will see the 3 years of progression. Now, I always take the 4th year off. I could have given you 16, 17, but you will see that anything that you see highlighted in yellow was a gain or held equal from the year prior. So just a visual, as you look at 17, 18, we got a whole lot of yellow. You don't see the 16, 17, but I can tell you that was growth from 16, 17. In 18, 19, we still had a pretty significant amount of yellow. In 2020, 21, we do not have a significant amount of yellow. We have a lot of work to do. You know, we knew that going in, that we would have a lot of work to do. I will tell you, if I look at junior high, I'm very proud. I know they've had some drops, but those are not drops that we can't overcome. When we have black cats in the seats and pray that COVID just stays kind of quiet and we can stay in person this year, I feel 100% that they can overcome those drops. In grade 3 through 5, one thing I want you to remember is that we're dealing with 3rd graders. Some of those students left us for quarantine possibly when they missed a whole year, you know, and they're in developmental reading. So we have a lot of work to do there. Just like our 5th graders, the last test they took, they skipped the 4th grade test, and the last test they took was the 3rd grade reading test 2 years ago. So we have a whole lot of work to do, not gonna lie, but I will tell you in a few minutes, you'll see we have a plan, and we feel very confident with it. And you can see in your board book, if you want to go through this in more detail, it's broken down by all of our subgroups, including our English language learners and our special education population.
On the workbook app, those links don't work.
They're not working on your board? Okay. Can I send this to Linda and she can just email it to you? I apologize, I don't know why it wouldn't work on board. Because all of these links are, anybody can open any of these links in Google. We go and triple tested it, so I'm not sure why in the board book.
But it doesn't even try to, it's like a P that does a.
I will be sure first thing in the morning we will have it emailed to you so that you can use these links. Does anybody want me to go in more detail in the reading? Okay, let's look at them now.
Ms. Blair,
Yes,
on the reading, I didn't notice the English 1 and 2.
yes, the English 1 and 2 is on another slide, I'm sorry. I had to break it off. And I'll show that on the next slide. So in our math areas, you'll see again 3 years of progression and a very similar trend. You see in 17, 18, we have a lot of yellow. In 18, 19, we still have a significant amount of yellow. In 2021, we don't have very much yellow. You'll probably see that grade 7 is our biggest concern. The reason grade 7 is our biggest concern, if you look at our TEAC standards, grade 6 has the most new math TEACs. So those students left 5th grade, did not take the 6th grade, missed part of 6th grade, and then came into 7th grade. So junior high is very aware of that. Those guys are now 8th graders, so we know we have a lot of work to do. And what we need to go back and pick up from 6th and 7th grade, some of those priority skills. We took a bigger hit in math, absolutely a bigger drop. One of the reasons is those sequential TEACs. I will tell you that last spring, even though the spring of, I'm mixed up years now, what was the first year we closed down? 2019, 2020, spring of 2020, when we first closed schools, we were all remote, but our teachers were working in teams that spring with Region 3 to use a gap analyzer tool to try and project the gaps that would happen, because we knew we couldn't go back and teach 3 or 4 full months of what we lost. We did use that process, but it's very obvious that we've got to go back and do some more gap analyzation, because there's still some more gaps there. Absolutely. I will say this also, our math teachers, if you think about the two subjects, math is a really hard subject to teach online as well. Because a lot depends on when you're seeing students work. So we've got to really look at our resources there. One of the things that we're working on at Tenney Holmes this year is we are now using something called STEM Scopes Math, which has much more of the spiraling in it, and has much more of that integration of the scaffolded skills. So we've already taken that step, especially at the grade 3 through 5, to try and pick up those grades and those scores in their tier 1 instruction. And then you can see this is broken down. I don't like the white color, I like the yellow color. So our intention is you're going to see a lot more yellow next year. Do you have specific questions you'd like me to answer about the math?
You have on the masters for 2021 for grade 8 for all school or all demographics you have like 11.
Mm-hmm.
But then for the AA, which I'm assuming is African American, you have 8 there.
That
So,
means, I'm sorry.
so that means that only 3 people from another race got a master's?
No, sir, these are percentages.
Oh.
So this means 11% of all 8th graders mastered, 8% of African American students mastered.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't
I
mean to interrupt
forgot
you.
they were percentages. So.
That's okay, that's all right. You'll see our Algebra 1-8 and our high school Algebra 1 is there also. One thing I want to emphasize to you is take a look at our high school Algebra 1. They really went up, and actually, I think I missed a couple of lines of yellow there. How can I do that? I never want to miss yellow. But you'll see, even in our economically disadvantaged, in all subgroups, our Algebra 1 at the high school went up, and even our Algebra 1-8 held ground. We have very strong scores there, and they pretty much held ground.
Sounds like we can give a round of applause to Algebra 1 teachers.
And our Algebra 1 teachers at high school.
Yeah.
Yeah, our Algebra 1 students in 8th grade are advanced students, and she does a fabulous job. And then our Algebra 1 students, if you think about that, all of our students coming from 8th grade now who were not advanced and took it in junior high, go into our Algebra 1 classes at high school. So that score at high school is actually without any of our advanced students as well. So very proud of both of those groups.
So next year when we do the scores, are we gonna compare them to 18, 19? Because you can't really, I mean, yeah, they'll go up, but are we gonna try to compare to?
Sure, what I'll show you next year will be 18, 19, 20, 20, 21, and then 21, 22. I'll probably just take out the 17, 18. So our goal is we want to be back to where we were in 18, 19, if not higher. That's our goal.
Well, listen, let me pose a question to you. Would you still be comparing apples and elephants?
Absolutely. Absolutely, because you have a different set of
And you're
students.
gonna recalibrate what the standard is, so you can look at the numbers, but you're not really comparing the 1-to-1.
That's absolutely true. And I will say, one of the things that TEA has encouraged this year, every year they give us what's called an A through F estimator. And as soon as we get our scores, I can start playing with it to try and figure out what our A through F rating will be. And we usually don't get that until late August. They took that tool down this year because they said these scores are for you to plan for growth. They did not want us comparing districts. They did not want us comparing our own A through F rating compared to our old scores, because it is apples to oranges. When you have that many absences in staff, students, remote learners, all the different factors, you are comparing apples to oranges.
So a realistic expectation for the board and even for the public when you want to compare the data, you're gonna have to look at, quite honestly, you're gonna have to look at 21, 22, and then look at 22, 23. comparison group, because if they're recalibrating this year, they're setting new standards, then it's really nothing for you to compare it to, because that's your baseline. And I know how competitive we are, in looking at data and actually looking at ourselves from year to year. But to be honest with you all, it's not really, even if the numbers look great, they're really not gonna be, it's not gonna be apples to apples.
I guess the question is, what are they resetting? Are they resetting the number that you have to get that makes you masters, or are they resetting how those numbers are used to get your AF accountability number?
They're gonna be resetting several things. One of the things they're gonna be resetting is the whole STAR test. We are moving to what's called STAR 2.0, and we're preparing this year. This test will be a little bit different, in that we'll have quite a few field test items. We will also not have a writing test for grade 4 and 7 this year. That is gone across the state.
So that's just the assessment piece.
Yes, that's just the assessment will be different.
But then, since there's such an assumption that this learning loss that we're identifying has had such an impact on the reliability of the scores, the state says, well, we're just gonna throw everything out that we've done before, and now we're gonna take it as though all of the kids are just getting to school this year.
For example, the academic growth piece is a big piece in the current A through F system. Well, you can't measure that right now. The academic growth piece will look very different next year, because they are saying we really can't even measure academic growth, as Dr. Scott said, between the scores we have right now and the scores you have next year, next spring. Because what if we're comparing the same student, and Jill spent 6 months as a remote learner, made this score, now she's in person this year. So that's not reliable. The growth can be skewed by that. So we don't know what the growth score will look like. We don't know if there will be a growth score. They will also reset the targets. For example, the thresholds being, you have to meet this many on approach, this many on masters to make an A, to make a B, to make a C. All of those thresholds will be changed and reset according to what the state looks like.
So there are many good things about this, but one good thing about this for me, well, let's go with what's not good about it. The bad thing about having this reset is you don't have any comparison data for accountability. And as a board, and as superintendent, that's pretty much how we measure where we are. The good thing about this, and quite honestly, I think the great thing about this, is that we're challenging teachers and people in school buildings to change their instructional behaviors. This gives them an opportunity to do that without the angst of these scores being held over their head. And not that, quite honestly, it's not that the district does it. Teachers hold themselves to such a high standard where if the board never said anything or the superintendent never said anything, we have teachers who are competitive and those who are very invested to where it doesn't matter what you say about the score, I see it. And now it's an accountability piece versus let me find my way with my instructional practices. Let me build my capacity around delivering these new practices and strategies that you all are expecting me to deliver. You give me a year of doing that. Now you can test me and you can compare me to anything that you want to, because now I have the capacity and the base to do the work. That's the meaningful piece to me. And again, I am such a proponent of accountability. I'm not a proponent of accountability when it becomes a fear factor for teachers and almost impeding their ability to do their work genuinely. Because I'm not really focusing on whether or not I'm developing a Stella instructionally or Ashley instructionally. I'm trying to get this score up because I know it's going to impact my accountability. Honestly, I can stay on the soapbox all day and talk about grades and things of that nature. I just think it gives us an opportunity to allow our educators to have this space to do the work that they've actually been trained to do.
And so the whole redoing of the STAR test, is that something that just because of COVID, or is it something that happens periodically? Or?
That happens periodically. That was actually in the works before COVID. It was the legislature decides that. And actually, if you look at the slide that's up there, the STAR 2.0 will be released in 2023. So what that will involve is that all the assessments will now have a writing piece to them, even math, even science, will have open-ended questions. So that's something that is already written in our plan that we will start embedding in our instruction this year and start embedding in our formative and summative assessments along. So we're starting to expose kids to that, prepare for it. We have this year to prepare, and it'll be on the 2023 test. That also means that's why in 2022, there's no more writing tests. The actual reading test in every grade level will have open-ended questions, but they also may have short answer questions as well.
That's a great question.
But how often does that
you pose? It really depends. I'm thinking maybe 5 years,
I mean,
7
it's
years.
fake not having that year, you skip, you
Yeah.
know, being accountable or, you know.
Yeah, and also some of it depends also when they realign the TEKS. For example, a few years ago, they realigned all the math TEKS. There were 6th grade TEKS that went to 4th grade and 8th grade. So even that year, the test format was the same, but the TEKS they were testing were different. We've had the same thing in ELAR TEKS the last couple of years. Actually, this year, the test will now include only the new ELAR TEKS that were adopted 2 years ago. So really what we're testing this year as ELAR TEKS doesn't even align to what we tested as ELAR TEKS last spring.
But from an assessment standpoint, if everything is consistent through, let's just say the test is tossed.
Yeah.
If the test is tossed and it's 2000, year 2000, and now we want to switch to tax. If the data are reliable here, you can make a baseline for the new assessment there. So you, I mean, really and truly, it's almost like comparing apples and oranges, but you just make it meet. But if the data aren't reliable enough for you to actually make, and I'm really probably getting off into statistics, right, Grant? But if the data aren't reliable, then you can't create a foundation for the next assessment, even though you could if the data were reliable. So to your point, yes, COVID messed a lot of this up.
Right.
So there's no like tool that we could have in-house that we would be able to consistently year after year? I mean, I don't know, maybe there's not, but, you know, without, I don't know, it's just, I just hate not having
What
that.
that would look like.
So the answer to that is, from the state assessment standpoint, the answer is no.
Right.
The answer is no right now. Other than the disruption that you've actually had.
Right.
The state could actually say, well, we're gonna switch tests from TOS to tax. But we feel so strongly, and we feel so strongly about this assessment, we can use this data to set baseline for the new accountability piece. But since we've been all over the place with this, you can't do it.
Yeah.
There's no way where it's gonna be reliable.
And my last question, I mean, only because, you know, the masking is such a hot topic, have there been any studies where districts that didn't require masks versus districts that did, and how their scores affected scores or anything like that? Do we know?
I have not personally seen any of those studies.
So I haven't either. You run into the same thing as far as the reliability goes. But I mean, truthfully,
I mean, we were talking about developmental reading, I mean,
all right.
masks had to have had something to do.
So if all else is equal, and masking of kids and then non-masking of kids and teachers, everybody's in person, everything is equal, then the non-masking is going to, that's going to be the most developmentally appropriate instructionally place. So yeah, I mean, you can automatically say that. It's gonna be more difficult for me to teach Lisa reading with the disruption of this match, with this phonics, phonemes, what have you. So, I mean, you can kind of pretend that without mask versus with mask, this is going to be the most appropriate instructional environment. But as we talk about it, again, here we go back with the science piece. The masking is for safety. Does it interrupt instruction? The answer is yes. I mean, because we've never had that restriction and we never needed that restriction in instruction. So I could, if I were Batman, well, I would absolutely say, if all else is equal.
Right.
When you throw in the variables about how many kids are in, how many kids are out, but all being equal, 20 kids, one teacher, mask, no mask, you're gonna have, because it's going to be not only instructional, it's going to be a more normal no more. So, the mask is only about safe, and again, to your point, it has.
It has,
disrupted.
absolutely, there's no denying, and I think we've seen several variables that probably had an effect. So, and speaking of variables, I want you to look at, right now, I have grade 5 science and grade 8 science. I will tell you that probably what our teachers feel, the differences here, our grade 8 science rooms have labs built into their classrooms. Our grade 5 science classrooms share a lab, and because of social distancing, our lab use was very limited last year. So that's one of the things that we feel like truly affected our scores here. That's why we hope that that's not going to happen this year, that we are going to be able to use those shared lab spaces in 5th grade where 2 classrooms share a lab and rotate through the labs. But you can see that 8th grade knocked it out of the park. Lots of growth there, lots of growth.
Or, this goes back to a different conversation a couple weeks ago. Did we take those 5th grade labs and turn them into 3rd grade classrooms?
No, we took them and put them as the science.
Oh, okay.
So
I
now
was
the
like, wait a
science
minute, we're
teachers
about
in
to
that
happen
room.
again, hold on,
Yeah.
okay,
We
okay.
were really intentional.
We were
about that
strategic,
for
she
that.
was very strategic.
Thank you, sorry.
Yes, very strategic. The other thing you'll see here, whoops, is our biology. Our biology did drop a few points, but you will see we do have strong scores in our biology department. At high school. Writing, 4th and 7th grade writing, as we said, in the past, we just made some really good growth in writing. This was the last year for the standalone writing test, so you won't see a comparison for that next year. You probably remember seeing on the news what a debacle we had the first day of online writing tests across the state. We actually had to stop testing that day. Our kids couldn't even get online onto the system, so we had quite a few problems that day. Those had been resolved, though. I want to tell you about the next testing day. English 1 and English 2, very, very proud of these guys. They brought scores up. You see a lot of yellow there. And I just want to say Ms. Mosher works very closely with her English 1 teachers, being a former English teacher herself, works very closely with them in PLCs.
Knocking it out of the park.
Yeah, so we want to look forward to continuing to see that growth. Do you have any questions I can answer about this piece of the data?
So go back to the science real quick.
Yes, sir.
It just seems weird that 18, 19 basically like drops, and then especially grade 8, like that doesn't, and then it goes back up, like what, we know?
I will tell you, we had a change in personnel that year. We had some new teachers in there. We did a lot of training with them. I can't say we did any more training with them than we did. We had 2 new teachers in grade 8 science this year. Same amount of support, I would say, same training.
This year we actually we have a rock star science team. So my 8th grade team is, they've been there now. This is the 2nd year that they've been together. So they've had that opportunity to work together and train together.
Were they both new teachers last year?
No.
I'm saying in
One
2020.
One was,
In
the other one I
September.
believe was her 2nd year.
It was her 2nd year.
Yeah, just like the yellow's a little deceiving on 2021 because it goes up, but it's still less than 17.
It is. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. 2020 is not at the level of 2017. I will be honest, in a COVID year, I'll take any amount of growth when we're dealing with the challenges we had, but we will continue to work on that area. And as Ms. Cummings said, she still has a rock star team in that area, so I expect great growth there. Okay, so the challenges, we've talked about that came with COVID. It really truly flipped our triangle upside down. In education, we talk about tier 1, tier 2, 3. Tier 1 really is our basic classroom instruction, and we were getting close to that, meeting 80 to 85% of the needs. And then Tier 2 and 3 is when we go into small groups within the classroom, or Tier 3 tutoring. But now our triangle looks like the other one on the right-hand side. So we've got to make a plan, and I want to tell you these principals and their instructional coaches and the academic deans have worked the entire summer. And I say that to you with all respect and sincerity, that these folks did not have any time off this summer. These principals had about 2 weeks off this summer, and during those 2 weeks when they truly were off after summer school, they weren't off. They were answering emails, they were making plans, they were trying to hire. So I just want to give kudos to this team because they've had absolutely very little time off this summer to put together this plan. One of the things we've talked about is that now that hopefully COVID will settle down, we've got to return to some of our best practices in Tier 1 that helped us get that yellow the 2 previous years. Some of the things that we weren't able to use with Fidelity as we usually did was, for example, our PLCs. We just went through a PLC Institute so that we can really implement that with Fidelity. Last year, sometimes PLC was spent brainstorming how to use the technical aspects, how to Zoom, how to use some of the online resources. That's not the true use of PLC. So we hope we don't have that challenge this year. We want to use those 4 questions of PLC with Fidelity, unpack those teams, use our formative assessments to inform our practice and planning, aligning it to best practices, and revise our curriculum-based assessments to align with 2.0 and some of those gaps that we have. We also are participating in a grant called a Federal Schools Framework Focus Grant. All 5 campuses, I'm really proud to say, received this grant from TEA. Our administrative and instructional coach, academic team, dean team just went through Texas Instructional Leadership Training for observation feedback, which means we really need to get into classrooms more, not as an I gotcha, not as a rating, but to help teachers get better faster. Because every one of us as a teacher, whether we're new, whether we're a veteran, whether we've got great scores or whether we don't, we can all target something to get better faster. So that's one of our initiatives this year. Our principals, this team will receive coaching twice per month from Region 3, who will come in and work with them on the observation feedback protocol. We've also got to look at our Tier 2 and 3s, returning to some of those standards of excellence that social distancing prohibited. Ms. Wendell has talked about guided reading in her classrooms. We couldn't bring the kids around a horseshoe table and do guided reading groups for a big part of last year. Our goal is we're going to start guided reading groups within the first 4 weeks of school. Our math groups, our use of manipulatives, our collaborative learning groups, our home visits, our parent learning nights, and then our attendance incentives have got to come back. They were helping us before, they've got to come back. We've got to adjust our Tier 3 practices. You've heard of House Bill 4545. It requires 30 hours of accelerated learning per student per subject on which the student did not meet performance standard. We have to provide acceleration to ensure success on the current content of the 2022 STAR. For grade 3, 5, and 8, that involves an accelerated learning committee. Bay City ISD will notify all parents of their student plans, even if they're not in grade 3, 5, and 8. We've got to have parents as partners in those plans. This is state mandated, and attendance will be mandatory. And our teams have worked since July 7th, when all the details came out. We've worked feverishly. Our goal is every student makes at least 1 year's growth. Accelerated learning time is always. We came up with these during our curriculum retreat based on best practices. It's always purposeful and intentional. It will be focused on process standards, prioritized TEKS, and the scaffolded skills. We've already gone through one training and Lead Forward. We're going to roll that out to our teachers very soon. It's got to be engaging, active, and hands-on. It cannot be paper pencil. It can't be boring. It can't be just a repeat of what I taught this morning. That's not accelerated learning. And students need to track their progress. We've got to celebrate success and build intrinsic motivation. So the way we're gonna do it is threefold. For some of our students, that'll be in-school acceleration or enrichment. Realistically, if we're gonna meet those 30 hours of accelerated instruction, part of that has to be during the school day. You're gonna see we have a very strategic plan. Our House Bill 4545 students will be accelerated to approach. Our students who are not accelerating to approach, we call them our enrichment students. They'll be accelerating to meet their masters through the Texas Performance Project, UI academic team activities, and elective enrichments. We'll also be doing some of that in our after-school academies and our Saturday academies. This will look a little bit different than our traditional Saturday academies and after-school academies. There will be consistent small groups. In other words, if Jill is in my group, Jill will always be in my group. I will be targeted as the best content teacher for Jill. If I'm a reading teacher and I'm strong in a certain area and that's what Jill needs, she's going to be in my group. Matt may not be in my group because he may be in Lisa's group if he's got another skill deficit. So those groups will be very targeted. We'll follow the same guidelines for accelerated learning. It'll be a consistent schedule after school. So I might meet with Jill's parents and your plan may be Tuesdays and Thursdays every week. And it'll always be Tuesdays and Thursdays every week. It won't be Tuesday this week, Wednesday next week, Friday next week. We just can't do that. We have a district schedule for Saturdays. We have 21 Saturday academies set up across the district. We will all follow the same Saturday academy schedule. Students will be informed if that's part of their House Bill 4545 plan. We'll provide transportation for after school and Saturdays. We'll provide snacks. We're also, I haven't told Ms. Hawkins, I want to work on possibly providing meals too. We are looking at the T-Class grant right now through TEA. We are actually already part of some sample materials, study materials they've adopted. We actually got on board with M-Class Amplify Reading before it was even announced by TEA. They will also be subsidizing the cost of our tutoring. So one of the things we wanted to say to you as a board also is that we value teachers' time. We know that they have families, so we have upped the pay to $40 per hour for certified teachers to stay for tutoring. You'll remember last year we had 30 extra minutes in the school day. We backed off of that this year. We took 30 minutes off. If our teachers, for example, put that 30 minutes back in their day, and now we're going to pay them for it at $40 an hour for roughly 170 instructional days, teachers have the possibility to make $3,400 extra this year by putting in that extra 30 minutes that they were working last year in the year. And then that gives you some other examples there of what teachers can earn this year as part of their accelerated pay.
How is that hiring process going for this?
We are not
Have y'all
going.
started?
We are not going through a hiring process. We're using
Right,
our
you're
teachers.
using, but your teachers, do you have people that are already saying, I would love to do that? Or are you?
Yeah, I'm gonna let the principals speak to that because they've been working with their team this week on those plans, specific plans. So actually, we're to the part of the presentation, I'm gonna let high school talk about their plan and what their teachers are saying and thinking.
So at the high school, it just became more of a transition. We started Saturday Academy. It's my first year that I moved to Bay City High School 3 years ago. But it was more of a best practice and let's get this done. So we started with a few Saturday schools and now it has become, this is what we need to do. So I'm going to let the expert guide us through that. And Mrs. Mosher really works very closely with our team leaders. And we have never started Saturday school without having enough support for our teachers to come. We send a spreadsheet. We say these are the Saturdays that are coming. This is how many math teachers we need, how many English teachers we need, and we always have more teachers than what we need. Then we have counselors showing up to drop off breakfast in the mornings, or just all kinds of support. It really is awesome. But then we have other supports over inside the academies that we have embedded, and I know that's more sure extent on that.
So I'll work it from that direction, starting with the Saturday academies, because that's the biggest out of the norm, especially for some of our high school teachers who have other commitments for extracurricular activities. But any given Saturday, we have 2 to 3 content teachers, in addition to other support teachers that join in and kind of co-teach with our teachers.
And as of right now, after all of our PLC teams have met, we don't have a Saturday that is not covered for any content area. So we're really excited about that. And we probably have a handful for each Saturday that are extras, like just waiting to be on the sub list, like to be a step in. I will say that after the fact, they realized there was the extra pay, and then that felt like a bonus, so it wasn't that we enticed them with the extra pay. Some of them were not aware, some of them were, because we started that extra pay in summer. And when Ms. Moya talked about the on-demand module, it gave us a lot of information to actually create a summer academy. Some of our high school students already have part of their 30 hours because they were still in summer school after June 16th when this was implemented. And those hours already count because all of the way we did summer school was aligned with the expectation from House Bill 4545. So we're really excited about that for all of our students that we had already at Bay City High School. We will do a little bit different summer school summer academy Saturday. We did 3-hour sessions. Feedback from teachers is that's a little too long, and we were kind of doing rotations. Like maybe 2 algebra teachers worked and they flip-flopped. English teachers, there might have been even 3. And they did 3 different types of skills and rotated. So we are looking at doing 2 sessions. We would do 4 hours, but 2 each. So they might could get English and math on the same day and be in a tutorial group for their highest need areas. And then in addition to that, Ms. Lopez is coordinating with her college and career readiness team so that our Saturday academies aren't just for intervention, but that we have the opportunity for our students who are working towards getting their college readiness and getting credit for the TSI. Some of them will have taken the TSI ready, but need a review. So some of our content teachers will also do a review that's not for STAR, but that is for their college and career readiness for TSI. It works best for us to do like a couple hours of review and then sit them for the exam immediately. So we'll also be doing some testing on those Saturdays. And we have a couple of staff members that are trained to do that, so we rotate our staff members and they're very willing to participate on Saturdays as well. In addition to that, I'll just jump down to the after-school tutorials because Ms. Moya also talked about that. We have a pretty good system set up at Bay City High School where our teachers kind of set 2 days a week tutorials, and those tutorials are really intentional about trying to recruit the students that need it the most. We will not make it exclusive just to our House Bill 4545 students because we want all of our students who are currently in courses to have opportunities as well for remediation, and our new grading guidelines at Bay City High School and at the junior high do require our teachers to offer reassessment opportunities to all of our students with this in mind being proactive. That if we have another round of this and students are not successful, we don't want to go and then have an additional group of kids that we would have to provide support for. So we will also then have some intentional groups like Ms. Moya mentioned where maybe one of our Algebra 1 teachers has the same set group of kids that come on certain days of the week, and we do that system where they are actually intentionally teaching some reassessment or reteaching related to the reassessments and the feedback they've gotten for on grade level material. However, if you look at Gold Time, Bay City High School already set up a couple years ago a homeroom rotation that only occurred every 3 weeks. Then during COVID, we set up a homeroom rotation that occurred every day so we could have a third lunch. So we could have a little bit fewer students at each lunch and have more social distancing with our 1,000 kids. It worked out really well to do some of the MTSS things that we were doing for social emotional growth and behavior standards. It also worked out well for college and career readiness for them to, Lorraine would record videos and she'd be in everybody's class virtually to talk about the college fair, and then we did have a virtual college fair. Some of our teachers also did lead some other initiatives, maybe the algebra teacher who kind of got a little frustrated with having her 5th period every day a little bit longer was like, oh, never mind. Y'all's data said we needed to do some more algebra work, and so each teacher adjusted, but this year we are planning that homeroom time go back between 2nd and 3rd period, so it's a little bit closer tied to attendance accountability as well. We used to do our truancy prevention measures as part of that, and so we will continue to do that. We will modify the schedule to have pep rallies some days so that we can have those activities during time that doesn't take from instructional time from teachers. And then on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we will have what we call gold time. We started a big goal day a couple years ago, pre-COVID. We did rotations, all 8 periods of the day. Every student went to different breakout sessions to learn about financial literacy, to do college and career readiness activities, to actually do just team building activities. One of their rotations was at the tennis courts, and they were all on different relay teams. And we got feedback from kids that they were like, we never ever got to do this before. Like, I didn't even know we had this much fun in elementary school at field day. And so we want to bring that opportunity back for our students who still are not needing the intervention. But I want to be honest with you guys that we have 350 students at Bay City High School that are identified for intervention, either because they were our students or because they did not pass one or more of their 8th grade STAR tests. 187 of them are from 8th grade. So we do need to be intentional about the intervention groups happening at the same time as enrichment groups. Our PLC teams came up with some fabulous ideas. So we have everything from cake decorating and car maintenance 101 and financial literacy and academic UIL team readiness for all of our students that are not really required to do intervention but looking for a little bit something more to do. And then we also will be intentional about the intervention groups that we are staging specifically to teach the foundational skills that they didn't get in the course that was the precursor to the one that they are in. So that some of that will be a lot of data driven. There will be some times maybe when we are using our support staff, let's say Ms. Reyes and I are Algebra 1 teachers, but on a Monday, Ms. Lopez planned the college and career readiness lesson for homeroom. So we might have some coverage for that class so that the two of us could go run and look at data to plan the Tuesday lesson that's really intentional. So we want to be really flexible with that time, but everybody at Bay City High School will be involved. That's why we want it to also be during the school day. So every teacher feels like they have value in our mission, and I shared the mission with y'all at the top. We inspire all students, whether they're intervention students, enrichment students, ELs, 504s, special education students, African American students, Hispanic students. We inspire them all in one way or another to pursue their own goals. And some of that does come from some goal setting with their teachers. So that will also happen on Mondays and Wednesdays where we have lots of feedback conversations about what those goals are, whether they're specific academic to one of the STAR tests or they are tied to their college and career readiness goals. And we are almost at 90%. We want to be at 100% for our CCMR students. We did just have teachers in our CTE department actually get trained to do ServSafe training. So not only can we offer that in our culinary classes and our DECA classes, but we can offer it during full time. So we can have some of our students get ServSafe trained to be ServSafe managers in the food service industry. So lots of opportunities for us.
Do you have any questions about Bay City High School?
I just have a general question about the 45 students and the 187 that you identified and the Saturday academies being for them. What if they don't show up?
So that is a really good question, and Ms. Moya has helped us try to navigate how we can require that as part of their normal instruction expectations. Part of it will mean that we have to have meetings with all their parents and set those expectations, but we do have a level of accountability where we can hold them to truancy standards.
If they transfer to another district, are they still a 45 student? So there's no getting out of it?
There's not, and good, I'm glad that you asked that. Our 187 that are 8th graders and 350 total doesn't maybe necessarily include new enrollments for other districts. And we haven't added that.
I'm real confident that we'll be able to bring them in on Saturday academies because like I said, this has been the practice. We're just going to formalize it more. And the conferences are now required. They used to be a good practice that we used to have. So when those parents understand that this is a graduation requirement, and Marilyn doesn't get to graduate unless she passes this stop test, and we also have some of these extra teachers that come, or counselors, or secretaries that come and help on Saturdays, we start texting on Saturday morning and say, so-and-so's not here. He needs to be here. We document. So next time we have the 6 weeks conference, we say, so-and-so hasn't come to Saturday Academies, you need to help us. We can't do it all alone. Yeah. We are very proud to say that for next school year, because of the work that has been done at Saturday Academies, we only have 1 student that needs an intensive intervention as far as graduation.
So one additional thing to add, goal time alone would give a student 25 hours. And then the Saturday academies gives the opportunity for approximately 84 hours, and our after school would be in addition to that. So if they have 1 subject, we can pretty much conquer that during the school day.
Okay. It's 30 hours per subject.
Yes. So we'd have a little 5, we have to get Joe to come.
Awesome.
junior high. Do you want to talk about your Panther time and a couple of things y'all would come up with?
Okay, nice, short and sweet, sorry.
That's good.
One of the things that we actually implemented about 2/3 of the way into the school year last year was what we called Panther time. So we adjusted our schedule and at the end of the day, created a 30-minute, what we call, it's either for interventions or for enrichment, or we do our pep assemblies, meetings, things along that line that would not pull out of the instructional day. And so it was testing that out last year to see how that was working and the students, and teachers would select the students that they would work with during that time. Well, with House Bill 4545, it made it a natural transition to use this time to provide that accelerated instruction during the school day. With the students, we have about half of our student body. We have about 399 that need at least one of the areas for accelerated instruction. And so we still have about 450 kids that would still need enrichment. So we have a lot of staff members who have been wanting to do different things, but we're also going to work with the Navia program that we have because that allows the students to select what interests them. So they'll be working with that with those students. So as it says down under enrichment opportunities like college career readiness, real world relevance, hands-on experience, technology skills, project-based learning. We have an amazing new construction teacher this year that he wants our 8th graders to be OSHA 30 certified by the time they go to the high school. So he wants to, all these different opportunities that he can provide for them. He's worked in the plants, he's been a police officer. So a lot of different things that he wants to work with the students. We're looking at increasing our algebra numbers in the 8th grade. Well, our 7th grade kiddos need those 8th grade TEKS. So this is an opportunity that they be able to get those 8th grade TEKS throughout the school year, and that will increase our algebra numbers for the following year. Our art teachers. Always been wanting to do some more in-depth with their art students. This provides them that opportunity to do the same thing with band and choir. So there's a lot of different things that we can do for enrichment in addition to our accelerated instruction with our 45 kiddos. We have the targeted supplemental instruction, which was also mentioned previously in the last 2 slides. Where we're offering our accelerated instruction, we're also looking at before school too. So we have a 30-minute session that's provided before school because we know a lot of our kiddos have athletics after school that makes it difficult for them to stay after school. So we wanted that opportunity to provide time in the morning. For after school, we broke it down into 3 30-minute sessions. So some of our kiddos might be there the hour and a half, some of them might be there an hour, some of them might be there 30 minutes, just depending on their needs and the parent's schedule. So our teachers, we've had a lot of buy-in with it as well too. So each of our teachers will be given a cohort of a number of kiddos. That those will be those kids that they work with the accelerated instruction, and they will work with those parents scheduling the time for their kiddos based on before, after school, and through Panther time, with the addition of Saturdays. So we're doing the same thing as Tenny Holmes and the high school, offering the same hours for Saturday school to make that available possibility for them. Some of the additional academic resources we have are the Alex Math Program, Mind Play, Backwards Planning, of course, TEKS resource, and we are really committed to the PLC continuous cycle of improvement. That's something that we are really focusing on this campus, and we had a huge turnout for our, the institute that we had. One of the things that people think, like with the junior high, our teachers, that they're not going to want to stay. We thought we were going to have a lot of tutors in addition to be able to support the students in the hours that we have. I have teachers that always want to stay till 5:10. They'll be there in the morning for Saturday school. They're all our kids. So we had the majority of the staff is willing to help out whatever way they can.
Are our SPED kids included in the 45, are some of
Yes.
them having to make progress? And so
Yes.
we'll have separate academies for them to make the progress they need to make.
You want to speak to that, Ms. Garcia?
The SPED students are included in that. In fact, the Start Alt kids are included. Even our kids that we call NARS, which means they do not have an academic response, are included. So that's a really tough one to push, but they are included in all of that, and they are required to put in the 30 hours at reading, math, whatever subject they didn't pass. And also to that, we can have a parent disagree and say, my kid is nonverbal. My kid has a feeding tube, my kid has a trach, this or that. We still have to provide that. The ARD cannot override 45, so all of our students have to complete those 30 hours per subject as well.
And I think to speak about the separation, actually at high school, we are inclusive.
and our inclusion teachers participate with our on-level content teachers and then break out for small groups from them.
Okay, Teeny Holmes.
So at Titty Homes, ours is more focused around our student body as a whole. At Titty Homes, we have 333 students that we're going to service that need either the 33 or the 60 hours. So ours comes in from just some research and background from Stephanie McConnell and Morris Lyon, who's actually now our Region 3 director. It's focused on what I need. What does each individual student need? We included win time in our master's schedule, so our students will have that Monday through Friday from 3 o'clock to 3:30. During that time, our students who need the accelerated instruction will have very intentional plans of action. One of the things that we talked about is that we're not doing interventions. We're not doing, it's more about what are the foundational skills that our kids are going to need before they learn this next lesson next week, and how can we help them be successful on next week's lesson or on the next weeks that we're going to be working on. And so it's truly a backwards planning design to ensure that our students, when they do get to the on-grade level teams, they have the foundational skills that they need. For that, it's not just acceleration of our students for House Bill 4545, it's an enrichment for all students. Very intentional about ensuring that our students grow. All of our students grow. Some of it might be that some days our students are doing certain life skills or certain things that they can focus more on. Some of our enrichment students are going to be really focused on project-based learning. For us, Saturday schools have not been something that is the norm for us, at least not right now, but when we talk about Saturday schools at an elementary level, ours is more about small group instruction, enrichment opportunities for the kids to be excited to be there. And so what we've talked about is just allowing our students opportunities to have direct instruction and then have enrichment time and having some things that support what they need. It just looks differently. Our STEAM teacher wants to be involved, our community and schools advocate wants to be involved, and it just is, it's just a whole team effort approach. So we will have win time Monday through Friday for 30 minutes every day, but then we also will have an after-school instructional time that, again, will be that backwards planning design, focusing on what do our kids need before we get to the lessons next week. Our teachers are really intentional about that, and we want to be just even more intentional about that as we look at what we're doing. We don't want them to show up on Saturday and us be trying to reteach all of the things that we taught that week. It needs to be more foundational skills to ensure that we're closing those gaps that our students have. So Saturday, it will be about really just focusing on the students' needs and then giving them opportunities for STEAM, music, art that will support their foundational needs. A lot of the resources that we have ST Math Amplify Intervention, which is a phenomenal program. Tells you exactly what our students are going to need during that time. And then our STEM Scopes Math is a great program because it really talks about the vertical alignment. And within the program, it gives you the vertical alignment of what do these students need, what skills are they lacking, and allows you to track their data within the STEM Scopes system. It's really awesome. Same with backwards planning, and then our Teachers Resource System gives us that information also. So just really intentional. And then yes, so we created a Standards of Excellence with the whole campus last week, talking about, for us, for our campus, our focus is just ensuring that we have the best Tier 1 practices in our classrooms every single day. And so we talked about what do we want teaching to look like? If you were to come onto our campus, what would I expect for you to see? What would the teachers want you to see going on in their classroom? And this is what they've said. It is truly best practices, and those are the things that we're going to hold the standard to. And so these are, it's all of the things that we know our kids learn best. They're involved, active remediation, small groups, their respectful learning environment, structure, and then technology integrated in meaningful ways. And so the teachers really have said, this is what you will see when you come to our classrooms, and really just ensuring that they're providing the best Tier 1 instruction so that we can support all of our students moving forward.
Do y'all have any questions about House Bill 4545 that we can answer for you?
So each student that doesn't meet each test has to have 30 hours.
That's correct. So, for example, if you did not meet standard on reading and math, you need 30 hours in reading and 30 hours in math, for a total of 60.
And if a student has a breathing tube and is not coherent, they still gotta end up, they probably failed every single one. So they have to start coming in on Saturdays and stuff to make up for it?
Well, I will tell you that we do, our students who are severely cognitively disabled take the STAR Alt. We would have to look at how many of those students, they don't meet the same standards as our other students. It is modified. Right now, the Commissioner of Education and the rules are saying yes. I will tell you that there's a document on the TEA website that changes every single day. Because, right, I think that they have great intentions when the legislature put this into House Bill 4545, but the reality of things like that, right now, that's what they're saying. So the other thing the commissioner has said is that they know they rolled this out in a very quick timeline. If you watch the news or watch the TEA website, this was actually not announced. The guidelines were not announced until July 7th. Most people's master schedules are already done by then. So there are districts that, I'll be very honest with you, I've had calls from 3 districts in the last 2 weeks saying, what are y'all doing for House Bill 4545? We haven't started our plan. So I don't know what it'll end up looking like. If that parent says, no, I'm not gonna bring my child to that, we're gonna have to work through those situations. And we're gonna have to seek more guidance. It is crazy. A little bit of it is crazy.
Right.
But I'm sorry, I don't know what that,
Yeah,
I'm just telling you what the rules are right now.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to clear, because that just
Yeah.
sounds ridiculous to me.
Yeah, in fact, Region 3 just had a meeting this morning with more updates on House Bill 4545, more Q&A clarification on the website. So I'm hoping some of those situations will be worked through and we'll get more guidance in the next couple of weeks.
It's being updated all the
Yeah,
time.
constantly.
I think it was just updated on 12.
Yeah.
So if you follow TA, it's updated all the time. I've just added a new word to my vocabulary, intentional. I'm loving it, and I'm loving y'all's plans. These plans are awesome. High school, I was getting really exhausted listening. I was like, oh my God, that was overloaded.
You get really exhausted if you follow them around.
That was totally awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you for all of that. Getting homes, we're talking over there. Standards of excellence. And I like your plan. It's not, what you're working on are the skills that they're gonna be doing that next week. I like that. It's not the reteaching of what they've done. It's that skill that they're gonna be working on that following week. I can get that. Because I was sitting here thinking, when my grandson was in elementary and they had to go on Saturdays, and it was like, oh my God, I can teach that myself. I can do that reteaching at home myself. But I like that skill that they're gonna be working on for that next week. So that's awesome. And I like that title, Standards of Excellence.
And
that's really
just one thing about the team that we have and the principals that are serving alongside each other is our word has been interdependence. And what we've talked about is like even Marissa and Tiara's staff, their staff has things to offer and they want to help support us with meeting these needs. Marissa has phenomenal second grade teachers that can help fill in those gaps for our kids who do have second grade skills that they're lacking. And her team is already ready. They're like, tell us when, we'll do it. Marissa, even Marissa has said, when can I come teach ELAR lessons? But the whole team is supportive of what we're doing. It does not feel like it is just the 3 of us helping support our students. We have phenomenal resources in our district, and those people want to help us, and it is truly an interdependent team amongst us.
Let me tell you, I went to Cherry and to Lenny Roberts, meet the teacher tonight. On my way to Tina Holmes, got up and traffic teachers. I went a walk, park, and had to walk to get to Lenny Roberts. When I got to Tina Holmes, it was like, I'm not walking anymore. But I do have just one little thing I have to tell y'all. I hate to do this to y'all. What was missing on both campuses? So just breathe and let me just say this. Just one thing that was missing on both campuses. Are you ready? Me. I just hate to tell y'all. It was me that was missing. It was totally me that was missing on both campuses. I need to be on those campuses. It was absolutely wonderful. Halls was decorated, teachers was on point, everybody was engaged, parents was down the halls, you couldn't even get in a room. For the first time since I've been on this board, I wanted to pull out my card and say, I'm on the school board, I'm cutting, but I didn't. It was just awesome to see those hallways packed and parents there. I don't think I've ever seen that in my whole career of teaching, to see parents packed in the hallways like that. That was awesome. It was totally awesome. Y'all, hats off to y'all, and I hope y'all have a terrific year. A terrific, terrific year.
Thank you for your comments, Trustee Robinson.
So I'm gonna jump in. I won't say, you guys made me exhausted. I won't use that one. I say excited. I really hear a paradigm shift in the way that we do business. And what I heard from each group was our kids are more than test scores. I heard the whole child. I heard some of the non-academic supports being put in place that will impact the academic performance of our kids as well. You all have done a phenomenal job. One thing that I sit here, and I'm impressed, and I'm not easily impressed, is that the way you talk about the work is that you own it. The way that you actually talk about the work you're going to do in classrooms, it makes it seem like it's a lot easier than it is. You're just filling us with knowledge about the practices that you're going to put in place, and it's just rolling and rolling and rolling. And if a non-academic person, a non-educator sitting here saying, wow, that sounds good, it really sounds easy, listen to Mary Lynn, listen to Ashley, listen. The work that you all put in along with your teams, Lisa, with the support that you've actually provided, I don't know how you can't get here and be excited about everything you've actually heard. One thing I will preface this with for all of us is that a lot of the things that we've actually put in place that they built, these things are new. So we can expect some hiccups. But just know that the system that we heard tonight, if they're implemented with fidelity and given time to become the new norm, once again, I continue to say that this school district and the resources, the human capital that we actually have, it's a gold mine. It's a gold mine. And the continuous growth of the leadership that we have in this room, I mean, I don't know if the sky's the limit, if it's the moon or the stars or whatever. So I'm really excited about the work that you all have put forth for our kids and our community as well. So thank you.
Thank you all so much. Just that snapshot, I can't even imagine what the backside of that to present and to get this all rolling for all of our students and what's best for our students. It is so exciting to be able to sit and look and see the excitement on your faces, and I know that carries over to the staff and to the schools. So thank you all for all of your work.
You could really see it, especially being a teacher with all the excitement of the teachers and everything, and then actually have the cheerleaders going crazy, so the kids were all super excited, you know, they can't, my wife is over here testing when you can get home, the kids can't go to sleep, you know, because they're just so excited, you know, about school tomorrow. There's a couple of questions I had about the STAR and some of the teacher absences and stuff. So it seemed to me, I haven't been on the school board that long, but it seemed like we had a really high turnover rate for the teachers this year. Is that because, like, a lot of them were, is that part of the reason why our absences went up, or, and then the second part of that question is, do we have some extra steps going in to bring the increase of new teachers up to speed with what everybody else is already running full speed and doing?
So I want to make sure I understand what you're asking. When you say turnover, you mean new teachers we had to replace?
Right.
Okay. So I'll ask Lisa to help me with this data. I know we had
26 new teachers.
26 new teachers. I will tell you.
That's a lower.
That's down.
Oh, that's low.
That's down. There
It
weren't.
seemed like a lot higher than that.
I will tell you, there are years we've had almost 50 teachers in New Teacher Academy. We had approximately 25, 26 this year. So our teacher turnover is actually down.
Okay.
I'm not sure I'm making the connection that you're making between teacher turnover and absences. Our absences are based on the teachers that were just purely absent for whatever medical
Right,
reason.
so like if they had a baby, maybe that's why they left, or if they got sick from COVID and they got.
Right, that could be. That could be, but
I was trying
I
to.
don't know how to equate that data together, but you're right, that could happen, that somebody has a baby and it doesn't come back to teaching. But we did have 26, and I would say in years past, when I've been in this position the last 4 years, we've had up to 50.
Did we lose more than we replaced?
Did we lose more than we replaced?
Right.
I mean, did we not replace all the positions?
Right,
Well, we saved, maybe saved a couple of positions due to the numbers being down in enrollment because of COVID.
Right.
I think at the most, it was 3.
Yeah.
At the onset of COVID, we did, and to answer your question, now I'm connecting your connection between possible COVID. I think we had 2 teachers and maybe a couple of paras that quit as a result of COVID-related issues. But that was early on, September, maybe October at the latest.
Okay.
So, but no, our turnover rate, I don't have the percentage of it, but you can just, from the fact that we had 26 new teachers compared to usually be really in the neighborhood of 50 a year. We were, but I'm gonna say that a few of those were safe.
We're safe positions.
I just thought it was kind of, because I remember several board meetings in a row, we'd get the retired or the not coming back, and stuff like that. The list was long, several meetings in a row, but maybe just.
Right, right, you would have to compare it exactly to last year's, or even better, the year before that,
Yeah.
because last year being kind of one-off for many reasons.
Right. So I was at the new teacher breakfast the other day, and you're right, we only did have 26,
It was
so.
good. And I think you also asked a very good question, that Lisa, about the onboarding for the new teachers, to get them up to speed.
Right, we have a new teacher academy, that our facilitators meet the new teachers 2 days prior to even regular teachers coming back. Give them some training, some onboarding, all their passwords, training in the technology, the Teach resource system. Then they had a 3rd day of training with our Region 13 person and champs, so that they understand our whole classroom system of classroom management. And then throughout the year, our facilitators with those teachers who are 0 to 1 years, they're kind of our rural newbies. They meet with our facilitators, it's either 4 or 6 sessions throughout the fall that they meet with them after school, and they do some targeted training. This year, they're focusing on Harry Wong's, procedures, first days of school and that research.
I know that whenever a lot of the teachers that we bring on that are those like fresh out of college teachers and stuff, I've been really impressed with almost all the ones I've met. I've been really impressed with them. They've been great. I love their energy, everything they bring to it. And I've noticed that a lot of them they're not official teachers for like a semester or something, and then the next year they become their real the fully hired on teachers, is, and that, are we starting that that training of you're gonna be here and the onboarding process when they're in that first 6 months, or do we wait till they actually get
As soon as they come to our classrooms, they get training, regardless of if they're fully certified or they're finishing their certification, or some of them come with a bachelor's degree and they're going through the alternative certification, they get the training before they step foot in the classroom.
Okay, because whenever they're doing that part of it, that 6 months or semester or whatever early, they're in their classroom by themselves, or do they have another teacher with them?
They're in their classrooms by themselves, but they do have the ability to work with the academic dean or the instructional coach. The principal, if they will do walkthroughs, and if they see that they're needing some skills or modeling or things like that, then the elementary coaches or the secondary deans can go in and model for them, work with them, help them set up routines, things like that.
I was just trying to figure it out, because I think they've done a really great job with the people that we've brought in. They've done, I mean, the last 2 years in a row, I've requested some teachers that were just out of their first semester, because you just hear so many great things about them.
I will tell you, I was super excited. We had so many Bay City High School graduates, alumni this year come back to us. We've got a lot of alumni coming back.
Okay, so we don't, with the district's attrition rate, we don't know?
I can get you the specifics. We don't have it at the top, no, I don't have it right now.
I got one more question, James. Sorry.
As long as it relates to the agenda item.
It is.
Perfect.
That last one was to the agenda item. So on our STAR scores, we went down this year in a lot of things, and that's heavily contributed, if not totally contributed to COVID. But we looked into see possibilities of why our scores went down in a lot of areas, a lot more than districts around us.
So I will tell you, just what we talked about earlier about comparing apples to oranges. Really, when one of the things the commissioner says is that we shouldn't compare any district to each other this year, because we had 30% online learners at the end of the year. I don't know how many Van Black had. I don't know how many Tidehaven had. The other thing I would tell you, when you're comparing our school to the surrounding schools in Matagorda County, we're very, very different. We're different in size, we're different in demographics, we're different in economically disadvantaged students. And so when TEA rates us in the A through F system, we're not even rated to those other districts. When we get that relative performance score, none of the districts in Region 3 are in our comparison group, if that helps you. Our scores did go down more than the other districts. You're absolutely right. Traditionally, our scores have been lower than the other districts. However, in the accountability system, when we were rated in 2019, our overall score was 2 to 3 points off of the other districts. Because in that accountability system, we're compared to districts like Stafford, Lake Worth ISD, Hereford ISD, Mineral Wells ISD. I can't name the others for you. I'd have to pull up the list, but that's our comparison group.
But whenever we're thinking as a parent that is possibly thinking about transferring their kid to another district or whatever, they don't care who we associate with. They just say, hey, our scores are way better. You know, so I mean, I think that is valid that, you know, we are different, but at the same time, our competition for getting and keeping the students in Bay City is what it is, you know.
From scores for us to compare ourselves.
Right.
I think this goes back to the plan that Grant has said in our value add. So yes, we're very different, and demographically, we will never be the same as the two surrounding difference. So, and if a parent in the community is saying, well, you're different, you're not the same as Van Vleck is higher, or Tidehaven's higher. Well, look at our student population. Look at I mean, you can't even compare the two. To compare the two is like water and oil. But it's about the value add. Bay City ISD offers so many more things than these two districts could ever imagine.
But that doesn't mean I don't want to stop trying to fight and get as close as I can, you know?
Right, but it's not
students that leave our district, obviously go to.
For sure.
But you have to remember too, I see where you're going because I've been there. My grandson, I transferred from here to Van Vleck. but you take him and put him in Vanderbilt, he sat in the classroom where it was 10 kids. Compared to here in Bay City, it would have been 25, 26 kids. Well, my expectations with that teacher with 10 kids, he had to be top in that class. With 10 kids, I expected him to be a student in that class, and I expected him to have one-on-one. Here with 25, yeah. So no, you can't compare that.
But to your point, you're saying you expect them to be an A student, then let them not a Bay City, like that's.
But you know, my expectations as a parent is always high.
Right.
But when you're looking at that, I wouldn't dare compare Bay City and Vanderbilt as being where he's going with it, and scores and it's apples and oranges.
I think it'd be appropriate to have a workshop or another board meeting with Grant, and maybe we can bring out some of those differences.
Yes, exactly.
And highlight, you know, and
But I see where he was going with
the
that.
districts are very different,
They're
very different. And even on the side where the scores might be better, that's great. Our top kids are going to better colleges and they're getting college degrees. And so districts around us can't say that.
And
So we have positives, we have,
And I would also point out that even it's not just the top kids, as I believe we pointed out earlier with college and career and military readiness, I mean, just
I'd like to show you
a
that
huge
score.
portion
These
of
are
our
our
district
18,
compared to
19
other.
accountability scores for college and career military readiness. I totally agree with you, Mr. West. Our STAR scores are traditionally lower than Van Vleck and Ty Havens. I can tell you our college and career military readiness is significantly higher than theirs. So the other thing I would say to you in the overall scores for our districts, these were the overall 2019 A through F ratings. Bay City ISD was actually 1 point ahead of Van Vleck ISD in our overall rating. Our STAR scores were not the same. But if a parent looks at the overall rating for our district was actually 1 point higher than Van Vleck. And yes,
And
we
they
were
wouldn't know
4 points lower than Lashes and Ty Haven.
And they would, the general mom and dad wouldn't know that they're being graded differently, they would just look at that score.
They would just look at that score.
and we need to do a better job communicating.
Well, I think too, what I'm trying to say is that we still have to have high expectations to.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, we say we want to be the best district in the state, I mean, that means being better than Van Vleck and Ty Haven, you know what I mean?
I think we got, I know, that's what I'm saying.
I really like for Bay City to be the best Bay City can be, the best we are, and what we do with our students is what's right for our students in Bay City that may not be right for other students.
Yes, sir.
Take off your blue and go to the shoes.
Oh.
Take off your black.
Let's bring it back to, the conversation Dr. Scott has a comment.
So real quickly, back to the data and the academic performance of the school district. Not only our district, but surrounding district. We do compete, perception-wise with the districts that are around us. But to say that we're serving the exact same students wouldn't be a fair comparison. If you look at the economic factors of the kids we serve here, 70% of our kids qualify for free or reduced lunch. That does not mean that they're any less academically able to do the work. However, it does mean that we're playing catch up more often when the kids come to us in pre-K. And I will say by the time they leave us, with Ms. Reyes, then we've done a phenomenal job. The other part of this is the rigor of the coursework that we actually provide in this district runs circles around these other school systems. And truth be told, you have some parents who want to take their kids out of our school district because of the rigor and take them and put them in a smaller pond so they can be a big fish. The competition here academically is great. I wouldn't do it as a parent because I want my kids to experience the opportunities that we have here. But the reality is that happens. And not only does it happen academically to where I'm going to take my kid out of Bay City because he's going to be number 30 in this class when I can take him to Van Vleck and he can be number 3. I'm also gonna take my kid out of Bay City ISD because he's the third string running back and take him over here where he can be number one. This is reality, and these aren't excuses, this happens. We're working extremely hard to challenge some of the perceptions that are out there. But make no mistake about it, that's the reality of not only what happens here, that happens in other school districts where you have larger systems, more rigorous programs, and I can go next door because we do have this interlocal, inter-district relationships. Kids can bounce back and forth. It happens. Can we do a better job of getting the word out? Absolutely, I agree with that. But there are some factors, no matter how successful we are, no matter how well the programs are here, or the opportunities here, people are still gonna make decisions. We just want less of those kids and parents to make decisions to go and do something else.
I do want to share with the board that we have had, I know it's always controversial that sometimes we lose students to surrounding districts. I will tell you that we have had, I don't know how many educator students go to Van Vleck or a surrounding district and come back to Bay City. We have a counselor in our district that her children went to Van Vleck High School, and she brought them into Bay City every day to get tutoring from our math teachers at Bay City Junior High. That speaks very loudly to me. So, Mr. West and Mr. Chinnon, respectfully, I totally agree with you. Our scores are not what Van Vleck and Tidevans are. Are we competitive, as Dr. Scott said? Absolutely. If you didn't see the passion in their eyes tonight to raise scores, then we weren't listening, and we weren't watching. Because these folks have worked all summer, and I have no doubt they're gonna put these plans into place. But one of the things I really want to emphasize is that we do need to do a better job of advertising the great things that we offer in Bay City ISD. And it's not always a situation where we're losing a student and they don't come back. In fact, this year we had several teachers come back to Bay City ISD because they didn't agree with the philosophy in their district. They weren't for all students. They were for some students. Not saying that that's Van Vleck or Tidehaven, because that's not even the district they came back from. But I will tell you, in this district, we believe we are for all students. Whether you're House Bill 45 student in need of intervention, or you're a student that needs enrichment, we want to push you to the top of rigor. So that's all I can say to defend our district.
And I'd like to say one thing. So I taught the district for 18 years, from 91 to 09, and it's still the same. The teachers are the ones that are rising to that challenge. They know what it looks like in a classroom in Bay City ISD, and we stay here, we choose not to leave. We understand what we have in front of us, and we tell them that at the new teacher orientation. We don't need the weak, we need the strong, because we have a challenge for you. You can do it, but it's a different set of children that we teach. And I think any teacher in this district will tell you that. But if they're with us, they're with us. But if they can't take that, they might leave us.
Right, and I love all the plans, and I love our teaching staff and all that. I was just mainly asking, like, do we see anything that was different? Like, if our did not meet was at 50, we went down to like 30, and maybe one of the other districts only went down like 2 points instead of 20. Like, I know that we have different kids, I know that we're different, demographic and all of that, economically challenged, all that stuff, but seeing that big of a change in a lot of the areas, just on the percentage of just that did not meet, that was kind of like, I wonder, like, what was going on. If it was all just COVID, like, it can't just all be COVID, because they were dealing with COVID too, So I was just curious on if we found anything that was like any glaring anything.
It could be a lot of variables with that. Just as Ms. Cummings said earlier, her superstar science teachers, the staff in a grade level in a subject in any given year, situations that happen. People might be out for illnesses or having babies. All of that plays a part, besides just the fact that we've got a very diverse group of students that have challenging needs that we're trying to meet.
So, Mr. West, if I might, at the high school level.
And then after that, we're gonna move on.
Okay, at the high school level, a significant difference across other districts. I'm probably your biggest transplant.
I live in Palacios. I taught in Van Vliet for 13 years. I've now been in Bay City ISD for 8. And even though we were behind in technology, our fast forward in technology contributed to the high school's increase in scores. And if you guys, I didn't put it on the slide actually, but it's in the notes of the slide of our intervention plan. Our scores at the high school didn't miss any color except for 2 boxes. So we did an increase at the high school level. We had 99 points of increase at the high school level across all demographics. But it was to the tail of, we gotta hurry up and do something. Bay City ISD had invested in a lot of things, but we hadn't invested in the technology, and our teachers took it very seriously for us to deliver the rigor of content at the high school level through Zoom, and digital technology was a huge feat. And that our teachers did that during COVID amazed all of us. And I just want to thank Bay City ISD and the support of our board and our administrators for providing our teachers with the resources to be able to do that. And I don't know that other districts in our county could match what happened on that side. So.
Now, I just want to close out on G on a positive note and just say thank you to all, to Lisa Moya and her team, and Dr. Scott and the team, and all the administrators and principals. I tell a story sometimes about the difference between have to and get to. And so 2 guys were at work, and one guy said to the other, you know, let's have a drink after work. And he says, I can't, I have to go home. My son was acting up, and I have to discipline him. And then it's our anniversary, I have to go to dinner. And that sounds very different. What if he had responded, sorry, I can't. I get to go home and teach my son a lesson about life, and I get to have dinner with my wife. It's our anniversary. So have to and get to. And I hear a lot of get to with the principals, because you guys get to do the extra 30 hours with your students that are struggling. You don't have to, you do, but you get to, right? And so when you phrase it as getting to, you can see the passion in everybody. So item 7H, vote on proposed tax rate and set date for public hearing and approval of the final tax rate. Our presenter is Rick Watson, Chief Financial Officer. Thank you, ladies. I'd like to thank all of you. And I know why you're here. We'll all be there early in the morning.
Also, I want to say that from the business side, from that part of the school district, it makes me proud to listen to the presentations, and it makes my job work. So, anyway, I just want to say that.
Very cool.
Okay, this is a required item. We need to propose tax rate for this next school year, 2021-22. And we have to set the meeting. The meeting's going to be on September 20th, next board meeting, 6 p.m. in this room. And I'm just going to shorten this information, but give you the high points. Our property value growth from last year to this year going forward is 6.83%, which is great. And the proposed tax rate for M&O would be 94.40 cents. And the INS rate would be 44.724, for a decrease of total tax rate of 4 cents. So last year, we adopted a tax rate that was totally INS and M&O of $1.43140, and this you're proposing $1.39124, and the reason for that is our values have increased. So, does anybody have any other questions?
Do we get any more money, or are we just lowering the rate to make sure we bring in the same amount of money?
We'll get a little bit more money. And then the tax rate for the INS will decrease because of the value, and also is a rate that we have to make sure that we collect enough for bond payments. So, but this is good news.
So you just need a motion to approve that rate?
No, what we need a motion for is not to approve the rate, but to propose the rate.
So we're going to propose that rate at the public hearing?
Yeah.
At the next one?
Correct.
Very good. Is there a motion to be made?
We vote on proposed tax rate and set date for public hearing.
I move to propose the tax, for the administration to propose a tax rate and set the date for public hearing to approve the final tax rate.
Great. Motion has been made by trustee Westmore, and is there a second or a motion?
Second.
Motion's been seconded by trustee Murray. Is there any other conversation?
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion passes 6-0. Item 7I, approval of the employment of personnel. Lisa, how are you?
Just fine.
Very good.
Okay, so the administration recommends the approval of the elections as presented in the board code.
Okay. Is there any individual that any trustee would like to discuss in closed session? Is there a motion to be made?
Make a motion to approve what was presented in board book.
Motion been made by trustee Tenen to approve the employment of personnel as presented in board book. Is there a second to his motion? Motion's been seconded by trustee Robinson. Is there any further discussion? Any individual anybody wants to discuss? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The motion passes 6-0. Item 7J, approval of the consent agenda. 1, approval of the minutes of the previous meeting. A, July 12, 2021, special board meeting. B, July 19, 2021, regular board meeting. C, July 28, 2021, special board meeting. D, July 28, 2001, the other special board meeting. 2, approval of the July 2021 financial report. 3, approval of the 2021 appraisal roll. 4, designation of teacher appraisers and appraisal rules calendars for 2021-2022. 5, first reading approval of local policy update 117, CH local purchasing acquisition, CV local facilities and construction, DEC local compensation and benefits, leaves and absences. 6, second reading approval of revision to policy BE local board meetings. And 7, second reading of AE local education philosophy. Is there any item that any trustee would like to remove from the consent agenda for separate consideration? Hearing none, is there a motion to be made?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Motion's been made by trustee Westmoreland to approve the consent agenda. Is there a second to her motion? Motion's been seconded by trustee Robinson. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. Motion passes 6-0. Item 8, superintendent's report. You walked in right on time. There you go.
Trustees, in your board book, you will find the resignations for the month. Just want to say for the communication piece that tomorrow's the first day of school. I really need to get home so I can lay out my new suit and my new bow tie. That's like a little kid getting ready for the first day of school. Just super excited about being able to go back into the school buildings, watch the kids with the excitement on the first day, watch the teachers do what they do best, provide a safe and warm and loving environment, instructional environment for our kids. I can't wait. Again, I'm gonna cut my comments off right now so I can literally go home and lay my clothes out just like it's my first day in third grade. So that concludes my comments, Mr. President.
Well, we don't have a jury on the agenda, so
I guess you all have to say.
Everybody, I need everybody right. Open number 9 and adjournment on their agenda. Is there a motion to make a motion to adjourn? Motion been made by trustee to adjourn. Second by trustee Westmoreland. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed say no. Motion passes 6-0. Have a good evening.